Chapter 1779. Since the mark on Xiao Li's body had been removed, the witchcraft sect had completely lost the means to find Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng and the others had arrived at the Binji market. Originally, he planned to go straight to the White Spirit Mountain marked on the Violet Cloud Valley's map to look for the White Spirit Divine Bird. However, the Binji market was holding a genius convention. Qin Feng wasn't interested in this convention, but the reward for the first place of the convention was very attractive. The reward was very generous. There were all kinds of grade 6 golden pills and even grade 7 king pills. There were also some spiritual weapons and cultivation methods. However, Qin Feng was most interested in the black gravel steel and star tempest sand. These two rare materials were the main materials needed to forge the confinement in the out-of-print interface. If Qin Feng could get his hands on them, he would only be missing a white spirit feather to forge the confinement. Previously, Qin Feng had asked Little Pig about the confinement being a high-grade true weapon that had the magical effect of freezing. Although Qin Feng wasn't sure what it meant, he knew that this true weapon was definitely not simple. "Master, are we going to participate in the Genius Convention?" Xiao Li and Qin Feng had a tacit understanding without words. She only needed a glance from Qin Feng to understand her master's thoughts. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Cuckoo, who was foolishly wandering on the street, and sighed inwardly. He had fooled this girl a few hundred times in vain. The reward for the first place of the Genius Convention is very important to me. Let's go and have a look first. Qin Feng finally decided to go and have a look. The Binji market was a big city in the Jiangchuan region. There were many cultivators on the street, including Buddha Light realm experts. Occasionally, he could even see a few true spirit realm cultivators walking by. In such an environment, Qin Feng wasn't confident that he could take the first place of the Genius Convention. He didn't even know what the Genius Convention was and what the content of the competition was. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that Xiao Li had already broken through from Great Ghost Realm Level 9 to Ghost King Realm Level 1 in less than a day after leaving the witchcraft sect. According to Xiao Li, it was the millions of Yin souls in the soul-suppressing orb that helped her break through. "Big brother Qin Feng, there are a few bad guys over there. Go and teach them a lesson." Zhang Cuckoo suddenly ran back angrily. When she was in a frenzy, she would only think of Qin Feng when she was in trouble. Qin Feng casually looked over and saw 4 men walking towards him. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was only at the first transformation of Buddhist light, while the other 3 were still at the Saint King realm. With Zhang Cuckoo's current strength, she wouldn't be afraid even if she encountered a Buddha light advanced stage cultivator. But soon, Qin Feng realized that Zhang Cuckoo's power had most likely disappeared. This had happened in Huaxia. Qin Feng guessed that it was because her genes hadn't been completely strengthened. "Young lady, don't go. Aren't you trying to find out why the street is so lively? Big brother can tell you that today is the day of the Binji City Market Square's Genius Meet. Big brother has an admission ticket to the meet. Do you want to accompany Big brother to watch?" With a flash of Buddhist light, the bearded cultivator walked over to Qin Feng with a wretched smile. "This is my friend. Move aside if you have nothing to do with him." Qin Feng's expression turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble, he would have killed that reckless fellow with a single palm strike. Only then did the bearded cultivator notice Qin Feng. Previously, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Cuckoo's chest. With just a glance at Qin Feng, the bearded cultivator revealed a look of contempt. At this time, Qin Feng had changed into Xiao Feng's appearance, and his cultivation was deliberately suppressed to the Saint King late stage. The main reason why he changed his identity was to avoid being hunted by the witchcraft sect. Qin Feng guessed that the witchcraft sect must have found out about his identity. Now, many cultivators in the North Sand continent had seen his appearance. If he was recognized by someone and secretly told the witchcraft sect, he would be in big trouble. Humph. Who do you think you are? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The bearded cultivator didn't back down. He glared at Qin Fun with a ferocious look. Then, 3 men walked over and immediately surrounded Qin Fun. Each of them looked arrogant. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. We are all disciples of the Raging Flame sect. This is our Raging Flame sect's genius, Senior Brother Zhenyang. We specially came here to participate in the genius meet. You are nothing in front of Senior Brother Zhenyang. Little girl, why are you following that ant? Why don't you join our Raging Sun sect? In the future, Senior Brother Zhenyang will take care of you. The 3 men didn't put Qin Fun in their eyes. Although Qin Fun's cultivation level was slightly higher than 2 of them, they had Senior Brother Zhenyang's Buddha aura transformation backing them up. After knowing their identities, Qin Fun was amused. He had heard of the Raging Flame sect before. It was a 4-star sect in the Jiangchuan region. Back then, when Qin Fun became famous in Merchant City, the Raging Flame sect leader had even paid him a visit and suggested to cooperate with the China Chamber of Commerce. However, at that time, Qin Fun could tell that the Raging Flame sect leader wasn't a good person. His words and actions were all glib, so Qin Fun rejected the cooperation. When he saw the ugly faces of Zhenyang and the rest, Qin Fun knew that his decision back then was correct. Although the China Chamber of Commerce was developing rapidly, it wouldn't cooperate with any trashy faction. That would destroy the Chamber of Commerce sooner or later. You ants, don't you dare be rude to your master. Shaoli was enraged. She couldn't stand anyone bullying Qin Fun. Fortunately, her cultivation level was too low. Otherwise, she would have already taught these reckless fools a lesson. Zhenyang and his 3 junior brothers looked at Shaoli, and a green light flashed in their eyes. They began to feel jealous of Qin Fun. This brat was just a Saint King realm cultivator, but he had 2 beautiful women by his side. Don't be angry, my lady. Big brother can see that you don't have any aura on you. Don't tell me you can't cultivate. As long as you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee that you can cultivate. How about it? Zhenyang's greed was insatiable. He hadn't settled the matter with Zhang Kuku, but he already had ideas about Shaoli. Since he had never come into contact with a ghost cultivator, he couldn't see through Shaoli's aura. He thought that Shaoli was just an ordinary woman. Shaoli was instantly enraged. Just as she was about to slap him, Qin Fun took a step forward and said to Zhenyang with an indifferent expression, "Do you have an admission ticket to the genius competition?" The topic changed so quickly that Zhenyang couldn't react for a moment. An admission ticket is nothing. I still have a participation jade token. After regaining his senses, Zhenyang put on an arrogant expression. It seemed like not everyone could obtain a participation jade token. Is there a name restriction on the participant's jade token? Qin Fun continued to ask. You don't know? You're really an inexperienced ant. Let me teach you a lesson. There is no name restriction on the participant's jade token, but it's not easy to obtain one. You need to be at least a 4-star sect or a family to apply for it. Even our Raging Flame faction only managed to get 3 jade tokens, and one of them was given to me. Now you know how noble your grandfather's identity is. Qin Fun acted as if he didn't hear Zhenyang's boasting. He said indifferently, "Very good. I'll give you a chance now. Leave your participation jade token behind and you can leave in peace." Zhenyang and his 3 junior brothers were stunned. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. They looked at Qin Fun as if they were looking at an idiot. They couldn't understand where this guy got his confidence from to say such arrogant words. Are you crazy? I'll also give you a chance. Leave your storage ring and get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and cripple your cultivation. Zhenyang's words were arrogant. On the divine continent, crippling someone's cultivation was the same as killing them. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li were furious. Unfortunately, Zhang Kuku's strength was gone, and Xiao Li was not strong enough. Slap. However, at this moment, the dull sound of a slap rang out, attracting the attention of many people. Zhang Yang covered his swollen face with his hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Fun's attack was too fast, and he didn't even have the chance to react. Who dares to hit our senior brother Zhenyang? Do you know who senior brother Zhenyang is? He's a genius disciple from the 4-star sect, the Raging Flame faction. The 3 junior brothers were even more confused. They were still looking around for the person who hit them. Even though Zhenyang didn't see how Qin Fen did it, he was sure that Qin Fen was the one who hit him. Seeing his 3 junior brothers' idiotic behavior, Zhenyang couldn't wait to cut off all ties with them. "Brat, how dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson." Zhenyang roared and punched at Qin Fen. His Buddhist aura transformation was fully displayed when he punched. A gust of wind blew around him, and his powerful aura forced some of the weaker cultivators to retreat. Slap! This punch was very ferocious, but when it landed, it made a crisp sound. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, Qin Fen casually grabbed Zhenyang's iron fist and easily caught it. The atmosphere was a little strange. Zhenyang was shocked. He knew the power of his punch very well. Only a late-stage Buddhist aura cultivator could easily break his attack. However, he clearly checked Qin Fen's realm before, and he was just an ant in the 9th stage Saint King realm. Could it be that Qin Fen hid his strength? It was unexpected that such a young, late-stage Buddhist aura cultivator could be so young. The eldest senior brother saw through Qin Fen's real realm, but the 3 junior brothers obviously didn't know. Someone shouted, "Senior brother Zhenyang, don't let that brat win. Show him something." "Senior brother, there are so many cultivators watching. We can't embarrass the sect." Zhenyang was furious. He tried to pull his fist back, but he found that Qin Fen's palm was like a vice and he couldn't move it at all. "Young hero, we have no enmity between us. How about we resolve this matter now?" Zhenyang suddenly said. The 3 junior brothers' mouths were wide open, and they even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. However, they heard Qin Fen say coldly, "I've already said it. Leave your participation token, or don't think about leaving so easily." More and more cultivators gathered to watch, and many people pointed at them. Some unpleasant words entered Zhenyang's ears, and he was so angry that his face turned red. "Brat, I know you hid your strength, but don't go too far. The Raging Flame sect I belong to is a 4-star sect in the Jiangchuan area. If you don't let go, slap." Before he could finish, Qin Fen slapped him. "I won't let go. What can you do to me?" Chapter 1780. Zhenyang was stunned by the slap. He knew that he might not be a match for Qin Fen, but he had already announced the name of the Raging Fire School and expressed his intention to make peace. Yet this guy still dared to make a move. He was not giving him face at all. "Brat, don't push your luck." Zhenyang roared angrily, but was met with a new slap. This time, Qin Feng's attack was very fierce, and 2 of Zhenyang's front teeth flew out. "Don't use the bullshit Raging Fire sect to scare me. What's there to show off about a mere 4-star sect? I'll give you 3 more seconds to consider. If you don't hand over your participation jade badge, you don't have to take it." Zhenyang's heart was already filled with fear, but if he submitted in front of so many cultivators, he wouldn't have the face to continue living in the River Delta region. Just when he thought Qin Fen wasn't on guard, he suddenly struck out with his palm, causing a gust of wind to kick up. This palm strike clearly contained all of his strength, but unfortunately, before the palm energy could land on Qin Fen, he was sent flying. "What a reckless fellow! Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feng's patience ran out. A golden light flashed, and the flying sword flew towards the fallen Zhenyang. The sword light was so fast that Zhenyang couldn't even see it clearly. However, he felt a strong sense of danger enveloping him. He quickly threw out a jade tablet and shouted, "Senior, please spare my life. You can have the jade tablet." Boom! His words were still a bit too slow. Qin Feng couldn't stop in time, and he didn't plan on stopping either. The flying sword pierced through Zhang Yang's body, and with a loud sound, Zhang Yang disappeared from the northern sand region. The 3 disciples of the Raging Fire sect were stunned on the spot. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. The surrounding cultivators also revealed a look of fear. Many of them knew Zhang Yang. That guy was a genius disciple of the Raging Fire sect, a powerhouse who had already stepped into the Buddha light realm. Who is this young hero? He doesn't look more than 30 years old, but he was able to instantly kill a Buddha light realm expert. He looks familiar. I think I met him when I was exploring the Fallen God Sea. That young hero must be a core disciple of a 5-star sect or clan in the northern sand region. Perhaps he's here to participate in this year's Genius Meet. Qin Feng paid no attention to the discussions. He put away his jade token and left with Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li without killing the 3 disciples of the Raging Fire sect. Qin Feng's main purpose in coming to Jiangchuan was to go to Bailing, Spirit Mountain. Now that he had offended the witch sect, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. If it wasn't for that bastard Zhang Yang seeking death, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Following the direction of the crowd, the 3 of them arrived at the Binji Market's main square. The plaza was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was already surrounded by cultivators, and the scene was comparable to that of the Elixir Association and the Chamber of Commerce. Look! That man standing under the stone lion on the north side of the plaza is the eldest disciple of the northern sand region's #1 sect, the invincible sect Wu Jin. Rumor has it that he stepped into the 6 changes Buddha aura at the age of 35. He's one of the hot favorites to win this year's Genius Meet. It'll be difficult for Senior Wu Jin to win. I'm more optimistic about the genius female cultivator Yu Yin Shue of the Northern Sand Region's #1 clan, the Yu Yin clan. She's a tier 1 tier 7 pill king. Stop being love-struck. Yu Yin Shue is a proud daughter of the Northern Sand Region. She's like Square Tower's Su Ruer. Both of them are high and mighty women. How could she fall for ordinary people like us? I wonder if the previous Northern Sand Region's #1 genius, Senior Lu Fang, will come. He's also a strong candidate to win. Are you muddle-headed? Binji Market's Genius Meet is held once every 10 years. The participating cultivators must be below the age of 50. If Senior Lu Fang is over 50 this year, how can he still participate? And 1T/P, the conference had not started yet, but the cultivators gathered around the square and chatted enthusiastically. It seemed like it was not only the people on Earth who liked to gossip. Even the divine, venerable continent was the same. Qin Feng heard a lot of information and heard a few familiar names. Only now did he know that Wandering Fang was the previous North Sand Region's #1 genius. He had never heard Wandering Fang mention this before, which showed how low profile he was. Qin Feng used Xing Sanfang's strength to estimate the standards of the genius competition. Currently, Xing Sanfang had reached the peak of the Buddhist Aura 9 transformations and was a rank 3, rank 7 pill king. Even 10 years ago, he was at least a Buddhist Aura intermediate stage cultivator, and his pill refining skills should have reached the level of a pill king. It could be seen that it would not be easy to become the champion of this genius competition. Big brother Qin Feng, it's so crowded here. Are you going to let me join the competition later? Zhang Kuku was an extroverted and lively person. She would go crazy in crowded places. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, "With your current strength, do you think you can participate?" Zhang Kuku clenched her fists. She couldn't feel any strength at all. She pouted and complained. "Humph. Don't look down on Kuku. Maybe I'll recover my strength when I go on stage." "You silly girl, this is the genius competition, not a fighting competition. It's not only a competition of martial strength, but also pill refining and formation skills. Qin Feng already knew the content of the genius competition from the other cultivators. There were a total of 3 categories: martial arts, pill refining, and formation. The person with the highest score in the 3 categories would be crowned as the North Sand Region's #1 genius. These 3 categories were Qin Feng's strong points. He started to look forward to the genius competition. It wasn't to become famous, but to obtain the black gravel steel and star wind sand. Fellow Taoists of the North Sand region, please be quiet. Not long after, a figure landed on the round stage in the middle of the plaza. That person was wearing a fluttering white robe. He looked old, but his eyes were as clear as water. His aura was faintly discernible, but it gave people an unapproachable feeling. Qin Feng's attention was immediately attracted by the old man. He tried to sense the old man's cultivation level, but he couldn't understand it at all. The plaza instantly became quiet. Many people were like Qin Feng. They didn't know the old man's identity, nor could they see his cultivation level. However, everyone could feel the old man's strength. He might even be a void God stage powerhouse. The Binji Market's once-in-a-decade genius competition is here again. On behalf of the Binji Market, I would like to thank all the cultivators who came from afar. The reason why the Binji Market holds the genius competition is to encourage the North Sand region's cultivators to cultivate and to strengthen everyone's belief in cultivation. As we all know, the North Sand region has the least spiritual energy among the 4 great continents of the ultimate God continent. The overall cultivation level of the North Sand region is not as good as the other 3 continents, so we've always been looked down upon by the other 3 continents' cultivators. However, this old man doesn't think so. I've always believed that there are many talented cultivators in the North Sand region, and their belief in cultivation is stronger. Not long ago, our North Sand region's cultivators managed to refine the spiritual surge pill. This miraculous pill shocked the entire ultimate God continent. May I ask if there's anyone in the South Flat continent, West Sea continent, or even the East Field continent who can refine the spiritual surge pill? The old man's words made the cultivators below the stage excited. All along, the North Sand region's cultivators had always felt inferior. However, at this moment, they felt that the cultivators from the other 3 continents were just SOSO. Senior Barefoot Enlightened Being is right. Our North Sand region's cultivators are not bad at all. Someone called out the old man's name. Qin Feng was shocked. This ordinary-looking old man turned out to be an immortal venerable. It was rumored that he had already stepped into the void god realm. Qin Feng's horizons had been broadened recently. He had come into contact with the height of an immortal venerable. Not long ago, when he broke through the 3 changes of Buddha aura in the spirit immortal kingdom, he attracted 2 immortal venerables because of the 9 changes true thunder. He didn't expect to see another one at the Binji City Square today. Many people suddenly realized that the old man on the stage was the famous barefoot enlightened being from the North Sand region 100 years ago. Many cultivators subconsciously looked at the old man's feet. He really wasn't wearing shoes. Rumor has it that senior barefoot enlightened being has already stepped into the void god realm. May I ask how many cultivators from the other 3 continents have stepped into the void god realm? Senior Barefoot Enlightened Being is the role model for us North Sand region cultivators. One day, when cultivators from other continents mention the North Sand region, their eyes will be filled with reverence. After the old man's identity was revealed, there were cheers and praises from the audience. Barefoot Enlightened Being's expression didn't change. When the crowd quietened down, he said, "I'm already old. If the North Sand region wants to rise, it's up to you juniors. Everyone shouldn't learn from me. You should learn from the cultivator who concocted the Spirit Surge pill. I heard that he's not even 30 years old, yet he has such achievements. Even I am amazed." The appearance of the Spirit Surge pill could be said to be a blessing to all the cultivators in the North Sand region. This pill could awaken a cultivator's spiritual roots, and cultivators with spiritual roots would have their cultivation speed doubled. Barefoot Enlightened Being is right. The young hero who made the Spirit Surge pill is called Qin Feng. He's the pride of our North Sand region. Someone shouted, and instantly the crowd became excited. I was fortunate enough to see young hero Qin Feng once. He's indeed young. I'm afraid he's not even 25 years old. Rumor has it that young hero Qin is a Tier 7 pill king, and his cultivation has also reached the Buddha Aura realm. If everyone in the North Sand region had young hero Qin's extraordinary achievements, may I ask what the cultivators of the other 3 continents are? The voices were like a tidal wave, and they were all discussing Qin Feng, looking at the excited cultivators around him. Qin Feng's forehead was filled with black lines. He didn't expect himself to be so famous in the North Sand region. Master, are they talking about you? Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Zhang Kuku excitedly shouted, Of course it's Big Brother Qin Feng. That Spirit Surge pill was refined by Big Brother Qin Feng. This silly girl's shout was so loud that Qin Feng hurriedly covered her mouth in fright. Many cultivators looked over, but because Qin Feng had changed his appearance to Qiao Feng, no one recognized him. Seeing everyone's excitement, Barefoot Enlightened Being happily nodded his head. He waved his hand and said, All right, today's focus is still the genius competition. I now announce that the 35th genius competition officially begins. After saying this, Barefoot Enlightened Being disappeared with the wind. Only now did everyone realize that what they saw was only a clone of him. For figures landed on the high platform, they were the 4 judges of this year's genius competition. These 4 were all great elders of famous sects in the River Creek area, and the lowest cultivation was at the 5th true spirit realm. Chapter 1781. Fellow Taoists, Taoist Barefoot has just announced the start of the genius competition. We will now begin the first round of martial arts competition. Participants, please enter the arena. One of the 4 judges stood up. Qin Feng had seen this person before. It was the Northern Sand region's #1 city, Jiang City's Jiang Fei Yan. The lightning tribulation had lured him to the spirit immortal kingdom. Jiang Fei Yan's status in the Northern Sand region was extremely high. When he stood up, there was a commotion below the stage. Many cultivators jumped onto the stage. They were all participating cultivators. However, when some of them flew to the edge of the stage, they were sent flying by a formless shockwave. Qin Feng was startled. He didn't know what was going on. However, he quickly understood. Those cultivators that were sent flying probably didn't have a jade token and were trying to bluff their way through. Thinking about this, Qin Feng leapt up and landed on the stage. It seemed that his previous guess was right. At this moment, there were already over 10,000 cultivators on the stage. It was clear that the competition in this genius competition was extremely intense. However, the one chosen was the #1 genius of the Northern Sand region, so it wasn't strange for there to be such a scene. Qin Feng scanned the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Some of them were the cultivators who had broken the 9 dragons' grand array on the Godfall Sea Island with him. There were also some disciples of the forces that were working with the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that all the participating cultivators had gone on stage, Jiang Fian continued. The Binji City Market Square's genius competition has been held for a long time, but considering that there are new powers joining every year, I will briefly explain the competition rules. There are 3 rounds of competition: martial arts competition, pill refining competition, and formation competition. Every round has an elimination system. The average score of the participants will be used as the standard for elimination. The final round will be based on the total score of the 3 rounds to determine the top 50 genius cultivators of the Northern Sand region. After the introduction, Qin Feng understood the process of the genius competition. He was very confident in his own strength. At the very least, getting into the top 10 in the Northern Sand region wouldn't be a problem. However, the reason he participated in the genius competition was to get first place. If he didn't get first place in the end, it would be meaningless even if he got the title of Northern Sand region's top 10 genius cultivators. After the introduction of the competition rules, the first round of martial arts training officially began. Because there were too many participating cultivators, the competition had also formulated an elimination system. Each cultivator had 3 chances to fight, and if they failed in any of the rounds, they would be eliminated. Qin Feng made some calculations. This sort of elimination system was already very cruel. Even if 10,000 cultivators participated in the martial arts gathering, after the 3 matches, only 1,250 cultivators would be able to qualify for the assessment. However, even though the competition rules were cruel, Qin Feng didn't care too much. After all, the Grand Assembly of Geniuses held by the Binji City Market had a limit on the age of the participants. Only young cultivators under the age of 50 had the qualifications to sign up. Within this age range, Qin Feng's current cultivation was already considered top-notch. In the huge square, the participating cultivators were drawing lots to determine their opponents. Qin Feng looked at the bamboo lot in his hand. On it was written Zhang Sun, a disciple of the Raging Fire sect. Every participant had to report their sect's information. Qin Feng reported the name of the Spirit Immortal Kingdom. When he saw the 3 words Raging Fire sect, Qin Feng laughed in his heart. He had heard from Zhang Yang that the Raging Fire sect had only managed to obtain 3 spots to participate in the competition. He didn't think that among the tens of thousands of cultivators, he would coincidentally bump into one of their disciples. The huge square had already been divided into tens of thousands of small arenas by arrays. Each arena had a trap array, so the fights inside wouldn't disturb the other cultivators. When Qin Feng jumped into one of the arenas, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This square was vast and boundless, but someone had actually set up tens of thousands of powerful trap arrays. Moreover, these trap arrays seemed to be separated, but they were actually a whole. This was at least a grade 9 array. Qin Feng had heard that the most powerful array master in the North Sand region was only a grade 5 spiritual array master. Then, where did this array that was comparable to a grade 9 array come from? Haha, you're unlucky to have met this old man. This old man will give you a chance to beg for mercy. As long as you kneel and kowtow 3 times, then withdraw from the competition, I won't do anything. Before Qin Feng could understand the origin of the array in front of him, an arrogant and strange laugh sounded in his ear. Looking up, it was the disciple of the Raging Flame clan who had gone up the stage. However, Qin Feng had already realized that the other party wasn't a disciple of the Raging Flame clan. Looking at his age, he was most likely a young elder of the Raging Flame clan. You're not over 50? Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. The other party's face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was gray. Just looking at his appearance, he was at least 60 years old. How did he participate in the competition? Zhang Xin's old face darkened, and he snorted. You ignorant brat, this old man is only 49 years old this year. I'm just in time for the genius competition's age limit. Qin Feng suddenly understood. It wasn't that the extreme coast city square was letting him win, but that the cultivator in front of him looked old. He wasn't even 50 years old, but he already looked 60 years old. At the same time, Qin Feng quickly checked the other party's cultivation. He should have just stepped into the 3 changes of the Buddhist light. With this kind of strength, Qin Feng didn't care at all. Speaking of the Raging Flame clan, I have some history with your clan. Qin Feng said. Zhang Xin's face was cold and arrogant. Humph. Don't try to get close to me. I've already said it very clearly. Either kneel and kowtow and withdraw from the competition, or I'll cripple you. Make your choice. Qin Feng was startled, and quickly realized that the other party misunderstood his meaning. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm not trying to get close to you. I just have a conflict with your Raging Flame clan. Not long ago, I killed a disciple from your clan named Zhengyang. Now, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Let's see if you have the strength. This time, it was Zhang Sun's turn to be startled. When he came back to his senses, he let out a strange cry. I was wondering why I didn't see Xingyang. He was actually killed by you. You reckless ant. This old man will use your blood to display the might of the Raging Flame clan. Watch my sword. Shua! A sword cry suddenly rang out. Zhang Sun clasped two fingers together and struck forward. A sword light flew out. The sword light was swift and fierce. In a flash, it arrived in front of Qin Feng. Many cultivators below the stage screamed when they saw the scene. It was as if they could see Qin Feng being killed in an instant. Even Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li were worried. Zhang Sun's flying sword was too fast. I know that old man. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's only 49 years old this year. He's just in time for this year's Genius Assembly. He's the Raging Flame clan's young elder, Zhang Sun. He's a Buddhist Aura Third transformation expert. That young man is unlucky to have drawn him. That young man doesn't look older than 30, but he's facing a 50-year-old opponent. Even the Genius Assembly organized by the Binji market isn't that fair. The Divine Continent has always been a place where the strong are respected. There's no such thing as fairness. As long as your fist is strong enough, your words are the truth. I'm sure that kid won't be able to withstand this sword. It's already good enough that he's alive. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1782. Zhang Sun's sword was so fast that it caused many people to scream. 1T/P, however, in the next moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. That sword didn't pierce through Qin Feng. In fact, it didn't even cause him any damage. Qin Feng stretched out 2 fingers and easily blocked that ferocious attack. 1T/P dang. 1T/P greater than 2 fingers caught the sword, and a crisp sound rang out. But because of the soundproof array, the cultivators below the stage couldn't hear the sound. 1T/P. How is this possible? That young man used his fingers to block Zhang Sun's sword? 1T/P. That was the sword of a Buddhist light cultivator with all his strength. It can be seen how powerful that young hero's cultivation is. 1T/P, haha. Looks like we were all wrong. That young man is very powerful. 1T/P. Zhang Sun couldn't hear the discussion of the cultivators below the stage. But the moment Qin Feng caught his flying sword, he was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. 1T/P. How did you do that? Zhang Sun's voice trembled. 1T/P, however, Qin Feng said sloppily, I can do it easily. Is it that difficult? 1T/P. Zhang Sun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had the cultivation of the 3 changes of Buddhist light. Of course, it was difficult to catch his flying sword. At the very least, one had to reach the late stage of the Buddhist light. But Qin Feng was so young. How could he have reached that stage? 1T/P. Don't be arrogant, brat. Don't think that I don't know you. Used a magic treasure. Otherwise, how could you stop this old man's flying sword? Zhang Sun shouted. 1T/P. Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said lazily, You don't believe me? Then try a few more times. 1T/P swish. 1T/P. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a gust of wind blew. A pink light flashed in the wind, and there was a strong aura of death. 1T/P dang. 1T/P, but there was another crisp sound, and the flying sword was caught by Qin Feng's fingers again. Qin Feng had one hand behind his back, and his feet didn't move at all. He looked extremely light. Holy shit! This young hero is going to defy the heavens. At first, I suspected that he was hiding some kind of magic treasure on him. Now, it seems that he really caught the flying sword with his own strength. I've only seen people catch blades with their bare hands. This is the first time I've seen a flying sword caught between two fingers. And 1T/P more and more cultivators were attracted by Qin Fun's fight, and it had become the place with the most spectators. When the flying sword was caught by Qin Feng for the second time, a terrifying thought arose in Zhang Sun's mind. He began to believe that Qin Feng had relied on his own strength to do this. "You, who in the world are you?" Zhang Sun asked anxiously. "Isn't it written on the bamboo stick you drew?" "Spirit Immortal Kingdom's Qiao Feng," Qin Feng said. "What the hell is the Spirit Immortal Kingdom? How come I've never heard of it?" "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. It's just an ordinary mortal city." "You brat, you dare to trick me? How could a mortal city have a cultivator? I know you're hiding your strength, but I'm not afraid of you." There were many cultivators watching from below the stage. Zhang Sun felt that he had lost all face. He didn't waste any more words with Qin Feng. He activated his divine sense, and the pink flying sword shot forward again. Bang, bang! This time the air rippled, and the pink sword light flashed. It was much faster than the previous 2 times. Dang! The result was the same. Qin Feng didn't move at all, and reached out with 2 fingers to catch the flying sword. "I don't believe that I can't deal with you today." Swish! The flying sword rose again, and a gust of wind swept up. With a crisp clang, the flying sword was once again caught by Qin Feng. In the next 15 minutes, this process repeated no less than 100 times. The cultivators below the stage were already dumbfounded. They felt that this was not a martial arts competition, but an acrobatic performance. Is that young hero a disciple of the sword-receiving sect? He specializes in catching all the swords in the world. I can't stand it anymore. Why is it so funny? Haha. Zhang Sun has lost all his face, and even the Raging Fire sect has lost face. I can see that the young hero is definitely a top-notch expert. He's playing with Zhang Sun. If he makes a move, he can kill Zhang Sun in a second. The heated discussions below the stage never stopped. At that moment, almost half of the cultivators had gathered below Qin Fun's stage. Truth be told, the fight was not that intense. However, Qin Fun's technique of catching the flying sword with just 2 fingers was truly amazing. Ayaya, why you're playing with me on purpose? Zhang Sun didn't know how many times he had used the flying sword, but he suddenly came to a realization. Qin Feng smiled and said, "You just realized? Your awareness is really high. How did you cultivate to the Buddhist light realm with this kind of comprehension?" Zhang Sun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Qin Feng. "You bastard, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Do you dare to use your sword against me? I'll also use 2 fingers to catch it." Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. "Are you sure you want to do this? Stop talking nonsense and quickly use your sword." Xiao! Just as he finished speaking, a golden sword light flashed. The sword was so fast that it couldn't be seen, and it was as if the entire stage was filled with a terrifying killing intent. This was the first time Zhang Sun felt so close to death. His old eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "Don't kill me, I admit defeat, bang!" The flying sword had already been used, so there was no reason to take it back. Before Zhang Sun could finish begging for mercy, a loud sound came from his body, and he turned into flesh and blood. The heated discussion suddenly froze. Most people didn't see Qin Feng use his flying sword, but they saw Zhang Sun mysteriously explode. There were also some cultivators with higher realms who saw something fishy, but they only saw a flash of golden light. They didn't even see the flying sword clearly. The battle in the training field number 3 has ended. The winner is Qiao Feng from the kingdom of Lingxian. As soon as Zheng Sun died, Jiang Fian's voice came from the judging panel. After hearing Qin Feng's identity, the cultivators outside the stage were confused. Clearly, no one had heard of the kingdom of Lingxian. So that young hero is called Qiao Feng. He looks only 25, 6 years old, but he was able to kill Zheng Sun in one move. His cultivation is very high. He is from the kingdom of Lingxian. Has anyone heard of the kingdom of Lingxian? Also, the name Qiao Feng is very unfamiliar. Logically speaking, with that young hero's cultivation, he should be quite famous in the northern sand region. It wasn't just the cultivators below the stage who were interested in Qin Feng. After Jiang Fian finished reporting the battle, she looked at Qin Feng with interest. Kingdom of Lingxian? Could it be the place where the terrifying lightning tribulation appeared a few days ago? Looks like this kingdom of Lingxian is not simple. Jiang Fian thought to herself. Another 2 hours passed, and the first round of the competition ended. Originally, there were more than 10,000 cultivators, but now there were only slightly more than 5,000 people left. The drawing of lots for the second round ended. Qin Feng looked at the name on the bamboo stick and frowned slightly. The number 1 sect in the northern sand region, Invincible Sect's genius disciple, Limitless. Just this introduction alone was more domineering than the others. Moreover, the words on the bamboo stick were carved with a golden material, showing the high status of the Invincible Sect. Qin Feng had some understanding of the Invincible Sect. It was said that this was the most powerful 5-star sect in the northern sand region. There were many disciples in the sect, and many of them were at the Buddha's light stage. There was even a group of true spirit stage elders. It was said that the sect leader had gone into seclusion for 100 years, and 100 years ago, the sect leader of the Invincible Sect had already stepped into the late true spirit stage. Qin Feng had already entered the battle arena, but it wasn't the arena where he had fought with Zhang Yang. He looked around and saw that the other cultivators had also changed arenas. This was probably arranged by the organizers of the Binji City Market to prevent cultivators from setting up arrays in the same battle arena and cheating. Shua! The wind blew, and a white figure landed on the battle arena where Qin Feng was standing. When the man appeared, the crowd below the stage went into an uproar. Look, that's the genius disciple of the Invincible Sect, Limitless. He's one of the hot favorites to win this year's genius competition. Senior Limitless versus Qiao Feng. This battle is going to be interesting. That young hero Qiao Feng must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck, since he has drawn Senior Limitless. Even though he had displayed great strength in the previous battle, I bet he won't be able to last more than 10 moves against Senior Limitless. It's said that Senior Brother Limitless has already stepped into the 6 changes of the Buddha Light and is invincible in the Buddha Light intermediate stage. The title of the number 1 sect in the Northern Sands region wasn't just for show. The Invincible Sect was famous throughout the entire continent, and its power was comparable to the 4 great Pale Workshops and the 10 great Chambers of Commerce. And Limitless was a junior that the Invincible Sect had spent all of its resources to nurture. Among his peers, Limitless was a role model that everyone respected and respected. Although he was in the same generation, he had the title of senior. The battle arena had a soundproof array, so Limitless couldn't hear the shouts of the cultivators below the stage. However, from the excited expressions on their faces and the movement of their lips, he could roughly guess what was going on. Do you want to forfeit, or do you want me to kill you? Just as Limitless' feet touched the ground, an arrogant voice floated into Qin Feng's ears. This person looked to be 35, 6 meters tall, and was dressed in a white robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a handsome man from ancient dramas on Earth. Qin Feng carefully sized him up and had a rough idea of his strength. This person had already stepped into the 6 changes of the Buddha Light, but there was a powerful aura hidden in his body, and it was obvious that he was much stronger than an ordinary 6 changes of the Buddha light cultivator. Ever since he had broken through to the 3 changes of the Buddha light, Qin Feng could oppress a middle-stage Buddha light cultivator. If he faced a late-stage Buddha light cultivator, he could definitely kill him. At most, it would just take some time and energy. To be honest, compared to Bai Zhanfei of the true spirit realm, who had been killed by him by Shan and the other great elders of the 9 forms of Buddha's light, and Su Mo Yen of the 7 Stars Monastery, who was a level 4 formation master of the 7 forms of Buddha's light, he was far inferior. This is what I was going to say to you. Are you going to forfeit or die? Qin Feng replied coldly and arrogantly. Fortunately, no one could hear the conversation between the two of them. Otherwise, the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators would have exploded. This unfamiliar cultivator, called Qiao Feng, was truly arrogant. Wu Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to spout such arrogant nonsense. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, you really are an ant that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You just killed a Buddhist light 3 transformations cultivator, and you want to send to the heavens? Do you know how many Buddhist light cultivators' blood my hands are stained with? Even I can't remember it." Qin Feng realized that the disciples of the big sects in the Northern Sands region were all the same. They always acted high and mighty, and their words were filled with arrogance and disrespect. Really? But you still want to say that you killed some Buddha light cultivators? My hands are stained with the blood of many true spirit realm cultivators. Have I ever shown off? And 1T/P first set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1783. Wu Jin froze for a moment, then looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. As one of the top 10 genius cultivators of the Northern Sand region, Wu Jin thought that he was good at acting cool. Who would have thought that he would meet someone even better at acting cool? You killed a true spirit realm cultivator? Why don't you say that you've seen a virtual god stage, ultimate god? By the way, someone as powerful as you should have a virtual god realm master, right? Haha. Wu Jin was amused, and his laughter was exaggerated. Qin Feng said with a straight face, How did you know I have a virtual god realm master? The endless laughter suddenly stopped, but 3 seconds later, even tears came out of his eyes. You idiot! Do you think we're all 3 years old? Why don't you just say that you're the one who refined the Spirit Surge pill, and that the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, which was promoted to one of the top 10 chambers of commerce not long ago, is also yours? Qin Feng was a little nervous. Could it be that Limitless had discovered his identity? However, seeing the other party's arrogant and contemptuous expression, Qin Feng knew that he was overthinking things. You're right. So you understand me so well. Qin Feng took the initiative to admit it because he knew Endless wouldn't believe him. Sure enough, Wu Jin was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He had completely lost the image of a senior expert. Did Senior Limitless eat something stupid? Why are you laughing so exaggeratedly? The organizers of the Binji market are really thoughtless. Why did they set up a soundproof array? We don't even know what the people inside are saying. Don't you know how to read lips? I already know the conversation between the two of them. Qiao Feng doesn't dare to compete with Senior Limitless, so he's telling jokes to make Senior Limitless happy. Just wait and see. Qiao Feng will voluntarily withdraw from the competition. What kind of joke is so funny? I want to hear it too. Realizing that his image had been tarnished, Wu Jin immediately retracted his smile and stood with his hands behind his back, assuming the demeanor of an expert. "Ant, seeing that you're good at telling jokes, I'll give you another chance to live. Immediately kneel and kowtow, then voluntarily forfeit the competition." "I won't do anything." Qin Feng smiled and said, "I hate being threatened the most. Those who threatened me before have all disappeared." Of course, Limitless knew what it meant to disappear. It meant that he was dead. ever since he became one of the top 10 genius disciples of the Northern Sand region. No one had dared to mention the word death in front of him. What an arrogant aunt. Let Grandpa teach you a lesson. Exhausting his endless patience, he threw out a punch. It seemed like a light punch, but it caused the airflow in the formation space to tremble. The cultivators below the stage couldn't hear the shocking movement, but just from the speed of the punch, they could feel the ferocity of the punch. Bang! However, Qin Feng didn't back down and met the attack with a punch. The sound of thunder and the roar of a tiger resounded throughout the training field. There was also a subtle sword hum hidden in the loud noise, making it hard for people to hear. The special grade Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist was incomparably domineering. Moreover, as Qin Feng's cultivation increased, this fist technique had also become more powerful. The instant their fists collided, Wu Jin's expression changed. He felt as if a bolt of lightning had exploded on his fist. But before he could react, countless sword lights enveloped him. Good boy, I've underestimated you. It's a pity that your strength is still far from enough. Limitless roared and quickly punched out with his left hand. The fist brought with it a gust of wind, which instantly condensed into countless blades that slashed down. Even the air was cut into pieces by the wind blades. Qin Feng didn't have time to think, and he immediately retreated to the edge of the training field. Bang, bang, bang. The two energies collided in the center of the training field, causing explosions to ring out. There was no sign of it stopping anytime soon. The two of them stood in different corners of the training field, staring at each other from 100 meters away. This exchange could be considered a draw, and the two of them realized just how powerful the other was. Your fist technique is not bad. It's the first time I've seen someone who can attract lightning and sword attacks. Limitless arrogance from before was replaced by vigilance and solemnity. Qin Feng's expression also turned serious. He realized that limitless strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 8 changes Buddha aura cultivator. If Limitless wanted to kill him, it would take a lot of effort. Your fist technique is also not bad. You use your fists to lure the enemy, and hidden within your fists is your killing move. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been killed by you. Limitless eyes flashed. That Chi Saber Fist was one of the Invincible Sect's top 3 martial techniques. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would be able to comprehend its secrets with just one look? Actually, Qin Feng only saw through his opponent's fist technique because he had the special Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist. Otherwise, with the power and insidiousness of the Chi Saber Fist, Qin Feng would have definitely fallen for it. This exchange was incomparably ferocious. It was completely different from the previous battle between Qin Feng and Zheng Sun. Although the two of them had just started fighting, it had already caused the cultivators below the stage to scream wildly. I want to see how many moves you can take from me. Limitless punched out again. His heart was filled with rage. He had thought that he could defeat Qin Feng in one move, but he had almost been slapped in the face by his opponent. It was still the same Chi Saber Fist technique, but the wind generated from the fist was even sharper. Hundreds of strands of saber chi were hidden within it, seemingly cutting off all of Qin Feng's escape routes. However, Qin Feng had no intention of retreating. He also punched out and a tiger roared. Lightning flashed in his fist, and hundreds of strands of sword light pierced through the air. The ferocious momentum was no weaker than Limitless Chi Saber Fist. When the two fists were tens of meters apart, the air exploded violently. Under this fierce exchange, the heaven-connecting barrier around the martial arts arena fluctuated a few times. A look of shock flashed in Limitless' eyes. At this moment, he truly took Qin Feng seriously. You're clearly only at the 3 changes Buddhist aura realm. How could you block my Chi Saber Fist? That can only mean that you're too weak. You have the cultivation of the 6 changes Buddhist aura, but you can't even defeat a cultivator at the Three Changes Buddhist Aura realm. And you still have the nerve to ask. Qin Feng's words almost angered Limitless to death. He was a genius disciple of the Northern Sand Continent, and he was at the Six Changes Buddhist Aura realm. He wouldn't even be afraid of ordinary cultivators at the Eight Changes Buddhist Aura realm. Humph, you're just hiding your cultivation. Do you really think I can't see through it? The arrogance on Limitless' face returned. Qin Feng found it funny. He really hadn't hidden his cultivation. He had only broken through to the Three Changes Buddhist Aura realm not long ago. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability, then defeat me. Qin Feng's fighting spirit soared. Limitless was thoroughly angered. He even felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Qin Feng. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. A loud explosion sounded out. Limitless casually waved his hand, and a ferocious saber slashed down. This saber chi was even more ferocious than the fist wind from before. Qin Feng could tell that the #1 sect in the Northern Sand Continent, the Invincible Sect, was a sect that specialized in saber techniques. Whether it was the saber chi fist technique or the saber technique, they were all extremely profound and exquisite. But when it came to saber techniques, Qin Feng wasn't any weaker. He immediately swung his saber to meet the attack. The true E-sword appeared out of thin air, and a sharp saber wind appeared. However, he couldn't see where the saber chi was. Senior Limitless Saber is so ferocious. Even though I've already stepped into the Seven Changes Buddhist Aura realm, I still feel that I won't be able to block the power of this saber. The Invincible Sect is a sect that specializes in saber techniques. Their saber techniques are profound and exquisite, and they can be said to be the best in the Northern Sand Continent. On the other hand, that young Hero Qiao Feng actually dared to clash with Senior Limitless in terms of saber techniques. He's simply courting death. That Qiao Feng saber is so weak. He didn't even form a single strand of saber chi. The cultivators below the stage cried out in shock. They were even more excited than Qin Feng and Limitless, who were fighting on the training grounds. Almost no one looked favorably upon Qin Feng. Instead, Limitless' expression changed, and his advancing body suddenly froze. What kind of saber technique is that? Limitless had already realized how powerful the shadowless saber was. He couldn't see the saber chi at all, but he could feel the killing intent coming from all directions. At this moment, Qin Feng wasn't feeling too good either. He had also realized how powerful Limitless Saber was. That saber had actually created countless spiraling saber chi. These saber chi were like small vortexes that spun rapidly in the air, not dissipating even after a long time. Break for me! As the saber chi vortex approached him, Qin Feng disregarded all consequences and slashed down with his saber. A several 100-meter-long saber chi exploded, destroying the saber chi vortex in front of him. At this time, Limitless had also broken through Qin Feng's shadowless saber. He stood in the distance and coldly watched. What kind of saber technique is that? Limitless asked again. Self-created shadowless saber, Qin Feng replied. What's the name of your saber technique? The shadowless saber was a saber technique that Qin Feng had comprehended after witnessing Wu Zun's shadowless sword. This saber technique perfected some of the flaws of the shadowless sword, hiding the shadows of the saber technique to the extreme. Even when Qin Feng had fought against some late-stage Buddha-light experts, he had used the shadowless saber to gain an advantage. However, after experiencing limitless saber techniques, Qin Feng suddenly felt that the shadowless saber was a bit clumsy. This saber technique was only mysterious at the beginning. If one could see through it, it would just be an ordinary saber technique. I'm using one of the top 3 martial techniques of the Invincible Sect, Limitless Slash. That attack just now was just a casual test. Now, I'll show you the true power of the limitless slash. When he heard limitless words, Qin Feng had a bad feeling. He had just barely managed to neutralize the previous attack. If limitless continued to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. But just as Qin Feng was worrying, limitless moves had already been unleashed. Suddenly, boundless saber chi surged in the martial arts arena. These saber chi were very strange. They hovered in the air and spun rapidly towards Qin Feng. What kind of saber technique is that? It's simply too amazing. The cultivators below the arena were dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "I know. This is one of the top 3 martial techniques of the invincible sect, limitless slash. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Wuxin use it once." The saber chi stopped. It's simply unbelievable. No wonder the disciples of the invincible sect are generally more powerful than cultivators of the same level. With this saber technique, it doesn't matter if they're stronger than them. I'm afraid that kid is going to lose. There were many discussions. Qin Feng couldn't hear their voices. Even if he did, he wouldn't have the time to care. At this moment, his body was surrounded by whirling saber chi. He couldn't advance or retreat. Each saber chi vortex seemed to be formed by dozens of saber chi. It even brought about a threat of death to Qin Feng. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1784. Wu Jin's attack was so ferocious that Qin Feng was forced to use the 3rd stage of the Vajra esoteric art, the Scarlet Demonic Body. However, the Scarlet Demonic Body's defense was not as good as expected, and it was clearly unable to withstand the power of the saber chi vortex. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of saber chi vortexes collided with Qin Feng's body, producing loud bangs. However, the saber chi vortexes did not disappear and continued to spin in the air like a windmill. Qin Feng's white robe had long been shredded to pieces, revealing his skin. His body was covered in wounds, and he was instantly covered in blood. Big brother Qin Feng, quickly fight back! Master, if you can't beat him, just withdraw from the competition. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li's hearts were in their throats, and the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. I knew that Xiao Feng was no match for Senior Wu Jin, but I didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. This saber skill of the invincible sect is really powerful. If an ordinary cultivator was trapped in it, it would be impossible for him to escape. I don't dare to speculate about the alchemy and formation competitions, but I can say with certainty that Senior Wu Jin of the invincible sect will win the 1st round of the martial arts competition. At this moment, seeing that Qin Feng was in a predicament and unable to escape, Wu Jin smiled widely and slashed down with the saber again. Haha, I was wondering how powerful you are, but you're just an ant. Rumble. Hundreds of saber chi vortexes formed and instantly surrounded Qin Feng. The new vortexes quickly merged with the saber chi vortexes, forming an even larger saber chi vortexes. The saber chi vortexes spun even faster. Qin Feng's body crackled violently, and he felt that if this continued, his entire body would be cut into pieces. Little Pig cried out anxiously, and Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This was the most powerful cultivator he had ever seen in his life. Buzz! Qin Feng had no time to think. With a slight thought, a layer of water seemed to cover his body. When the saber chi vortexes collided with the water spirit true armor, the violent collision sounds turned into the strange sound of water flowing. What the hell is this? The smile on Wu Jin's face had completely disappeared. His face was as black as the bottom of a wok. Originally, he was confident that he could kill Qin Feng with that saber strike. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? The cultivators below the stage screamed. The water spirit true armor was so powerful that it shocked the crowd. This was the water spirit true armor that Qin Feng had obtained from the true artifact drawing scroll. It had extraordinary defense, and even if it encountered a true spirit realm expert's attack, it could still resist for a while. However, Qin Feng noticed that the insides of the water spirit true armor had cracked. This was the power of the endless/cyclone. He didn't dare delay. If the water spirit true armor was damaged to the point where he had to put it back into the 10,000 treasures pavilion, then he really wouldn't have any way to resist the endless slash. Whoosh! Dozens of blade chi cyclones spun around Qin Feng. He stood on his flying sword and hovered motionlessly in the air. However, his hand quickly slashed downwards. The Zhen Yi sword drew out 100-meter-long sword light in the air, and the air seemed to be split in two. Rumble! The loud noise was fierce, but this sword was just an ordinary inner chi attack. Endless leaped out of the center of the explosion, and a smile reappeared on his face. Haha, your sword skills are really bad. Do you want your father to give you a few yellow grade sword skills for free? Oh, right, you don't have to learn them because I plan to kill you here. Qin Feng had long since angered Endless. The two of them had fought to a draw, and this made Endless feel very embarrassed. If he didn't kill Qin Feng in front of everyone, how would he be able to show his face in the northern sand region in the future? But halfway through his laughter, Endless' expression changed. The sound of sword chi exploding could still be heard in the air. However, the sword chi was already very far away from Limitless, and yet there was a strange energy fluctuation. Limitless felt a stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness, and he actually lost consciousness for a moment. This was naturally because of the effect of Qin Feng's sword. That seemingly ordinary attack was actually a divine sense attack from the Zhen Yi sword. This true spirit sword had already fused with the flower-eyed soul-devouring snake's soul-devouring eye. Back when he had gone to Fei City, he had used his divine sense attack to scare off the Fei Mountain Great Elder and Fei City Lord Fei Baisong. Seeing Endless suddenly stop in midair, Qin Feng realized that his divine sense attack had worked. He even felt that the power of the sword chi whirlpool around him had weakened significantly. Without any time to think, Qin Feng raised his sword, and an even more turbulent wave of energy surged towards Endless. Pooh! Endless felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sea, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were empty, but there were traces of shock and fear in them. Even now, he didn't know what had happened. It must be known that divine sense attacks were commonly used by true spirit stage cultivators. Even some Buddha light stage cultivators could use divine sense attacks, but the power was negligible. And Endless was one of the publicly acknowledged geniuses of the northern sand region. His body was in the Buddha light 6 transformations, but he didn't even fear a Buddha light late stage cultivator. It was clear that his spiritual sea was stronger than an ordinary cultivator's, and he wasn't so easily injured. Why isn't Senior Endless moving? Senior Endless seems to be injured. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood just now, but I don't see anyone attacking him. Could it be that there's a true spirit stage expert helping him secretly? That young hero Qiao Feng's identity isn't simple. How is that possible? There are 4 highly respected seniors in this year's Genius Conference. Rumor has it that City Lord Jiang has already stepped into the peak of true Spirit Stage 9 and is only a step away from the Nihility God Stage. If someone really dared to secretly play tricks, City Lord Jiang wouldn't agree. What's more, there's also the reclusive, immortal, Reverend Barefoot Taoist. Although he has left, I feel that his doppelganger is still paying attention to this place. This sudden change stunned everyone. Even Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li didn't understand what was going on. But seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand, the 2 girls finally heaved a sigh of relief. Surnamed Qiao, what the hell are you doing? Endless consciousness was intermittent. When he regained consciousness, he immediately glared at Qin Feng with a cold and murderous expression. You're still very fierce? Looks like you haven't tasted enough. Qin Feng sneered and swung the Zhen Yi sword in his hand again. Waves of violent magnetic field, fluctuations, surged in the formation. If a true spirit stage cultivator stood in the formation, he would definitely be frightened by such a powerful divine sense attack. Endless question turned into a scream. His voice was as unpleasant as a pig being slaughtered. It completely overturned his image of a calm genius senior in everyone's hearts. You stop now. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Endless tried to resist with all his might, but to no avail. While screaming in pain, he still threatened Qin Feng, trying to scare him away. This idea was really stupid. Qin Feng had been constantly threatened ever since he came to the divine continent. Now, he was even being hunted by the witchcraft sect and the soaring dragon chamber of commerce. But he had never been afraid, so why would he be afraid of a mere Endless? If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't just talk. Not only was Qin Feng not afraid, but he also attacked again. Several divine sense attacks fused together, and the destructive power was huge. Endless was just a Buddha Aura 6 Changes cultivator, so the strength of his divine sense was much weaker than Qin Feng's. After another scream, he felt cracks appearing in his divine sense sea. If he continued to hold on, his divine sense sea would probably explode. Endless finally became nervous. One must know that the divine sense sea was extremely important to high-level cultivators. It was even more important than the Dantian Qi. Moreover, the entire northern sand continent did not have any elixirs that could repair the divine sense sea for sale. If the divine sense sea was destroyed, then the cultivator would be completely crippled. You stop now, or the invincible sect will not let you off. Qin Feng was indifferent, and he swung his sword again. A muffled sound exploded in Endless' mind. His body trembled, and he felt that his divine sense had suddenly weakened by more than half. Don't fight anymore. I admit defeat. Endless no longer had the arrogance he had before. Compared to the divine sense sea, face was no longer important. His voice was very loud, but with the soundproof formation, the cultivators below the stage could not hear him. However, there were still some cultivators who could read lips. When they understood the meaning behind Endless words, their eyes widened in shock. Senior Endless actually took the initiative to admit defeat. I can see it too. Senior Endless lip reading just now really meant that he was admitting defeat. What nonsense are you guys talking about? How could Endless admit defeat? Don't tell me you guys were hired by Qiao Feng? The news spread quickly among the crowd, but everyone was still skeptical. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Jin had unknowingly fallen from the limelight into a predicament. At this time his face was filled with fear, and his mouth seemed to be shouting something. He no longer had the demeanor of an esteemed senior at all. Elder Wu Xin, what's going on? On the judging panel, the 4 powerful cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. The old man sitting beside the invincible sect's Grand Elder Wu Xin secretly asked. Wu Xin's old face was so cold that water was about to drip from it. With the invincible sect's strength, they had obtained the qualifications to enter the top 10. However, among the 10, Endless talent was the highest, and he was the number 1 genius of the North Sand region. In the end, this was only the first round of the tournament, and Endless was about to be defeated. Perhaps the other cultivators could not read Endless words, but Wu Xin had read them accurately. He was indeed admitting defeat. The opponent's sword attack was very ordinary. Clearly, it was not sword chi that threatened Endless disciple. From the looks of it, it was a divine sense attack. Wu Xin's voice was cold. The eyes of the elder beside him flashed. In fact, he had also guessed that Qiao Feng had used a divine sense attack, but he did not dare to believe it. After all, Qiao Feng's competition information stated that he was only at the 3 changes of Buddha Light Realm. An early-stage Buddha Light Realm cultivator can use a divine sense attack and seriously injure Endless? How is this possible? Another judge asked 3 questions in a row. The few of them looked at Jiang Fian. Among the judges, Jiang Fian's cultivation was the highest, and he was also the most knowledgeable. Jiang Fian's eyes were also filled with surprise. After realizing that the other 3 judges were looking at him, he immediately regained his composure and said, "According to the classification of realms, those who reach the true spirit realm will have the ability to use divine sense attacks. However, there are some genius disciples who have comprehended divine sense attacks when they reach the Buddha light realm. This is not surprising. However, Qiao Feng is only at the 3 changes of Buddha light realm. Even if he had comprehended divine sense attacks, it would be impossible for him to injure Endless. I'm guessing that the true spirit sword in his hand should have the ability to use divine sense attacks." Chapter 1785. Jiang Fian was indeed powerful. She discovered the secret of the Zhen Yi sword so quickly. Wu Xian and the other 2 judges had a look of sudden realization on their faces. Everything made sense now. That kid actually has a divine sense attack true weapon. He's really lucky, one of the judges complained. He'd already stepped into the middle stage of the true spirit realm, but the best weapon he had was a mid-grade true weapon longsword. When Wu Xian found out that Qin Fun's spirit sword could attack, his expression became more and more serious. He knew that, if this continued, Endless disciples would definitely lose. Where did this Qiao Feng come from? Wu Xian asked the old man next to him. "I think he came from a place called Ling Xian Kingdom. I was just about to ask senior brother Wu Xian if you've heard of that place." "What place is that?" Wu Xian shook his head, but in the next second his eyes shone brightly. He suddenly remembered that the shocking lightning tribulation a few days ago seemed to be near Ling Xian Kingdom. "Senior brother Wu Xian, are you all right?" The old man next to him noticed something was wrong. Wu Xian hurriedly collected his thoughts and smiled at him. "Haha, I'm fine. I've never heard of Ling Xian Kingdom either. It's probably not a famous place." The second round of the martial arts competition was still ongoing, but there were already many winners and losers that had been decided in the martial arts field. Qin Fan had completely gained the upper hand. He was about to launch the final attack to defeat Endless, but before he could do so, an angry roar sounded in his mind. "Stinking brat! I'm Wu Xian, the great elder of the invincible sect. I advise you to obediently lose. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding Ling Xian Kingdom and destroying your sect. I know where it is." The voice was very clear, as if it was right next to Qin Fan's ear. He knew that this was a directed transmission and only he could hear it. Qin Fan also knew who Elder Wu Xian was. He was one of the judges of this year's genius competition. As a judge, he was actually secretly threatening a contestant. This was clearly cheating. Rumble. As Wu Xian's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, a loud sound exploded in the martial arts field. This sword made a huge movement, but because of the soundproof array, the people outside couldn't hear the sound at all. Instead, they saw hundreds of sword qi flying like rainbows, instantly slicing the endless sword qi into pieces. The noisy atmosphere outside suddenly quieted. Almost half of the cultivators were watching the battle between Qin Fan and Endless. Senior Endless is dead? What just happened? Where did Senior Limitless go? Young hero Qiao Feng killed Senior Limitless. Although he won the competition, isn't he afraid that the invincible sect will take revenge? How did he kill Senior Limitless? He's only at the 3rd transformation of Buddhist light. For a moment, countless questions popped up in everyone's mind, but no one could answer them. The moment Wu Xin was killed, Wu Xian stood up and glared at Qin Fan. It was as if he wanted to tear Qin Fan into a million pieces at any moment now. "Brat, just you wait. If the spirit immortal kingdom doesn't fall, I swear I'm not human." Wu Xin swore. Only Qin Fan could hear him. Qin Fan had already left the training grounds and was standing in the resting area, which was not obstructed by any arrays. In truth, he had not intended to kill Endless. He had only wanted to defeat him and obtain a place in the competition. But after hearing Heartless' threat, he changed his mind. That was why he had killed Endless with a single slash. I hope you still have a chance before I destroy the invincible sect. Qin Fin spoke telepathically. He had intended to keep a low profile and avoid trouble on this trip to Jiangchuan, but he was not afraid of trouble. Wu Xin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted nothing more than to fly up to the training grounds and kill Qin Fin, but in the end he suppressed his anger. This was not the place to fight. Senior brother Wu Xin, my condolences. That Xiao Feng is too arrogant. He knows that Endless is a disciple of the invincible sect, but he still tried to kill him. How vicious! The rules of the martial arts competition do not determine life and death. It is normal for people to die in battle. Everyone take it easy. The other two judges comforted Wu Xin and deliberately said a few bad things about Qin Fin. Jiang Fian's expression was cold, and she used a very official tone to express her opinion. Wu Xin did not dare to attack Qin Fin now. He thought of the barefoot, enlightened being again. He believed that this old monster's clone must be nearby. Luckily, he had not rushed out impulsively. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a while, the second round of competition ended. There were originally more than 5,000 participants, but now there were only slightly more than 2,500 people left. However, there was still one last round of the martial arts competition. After the third round of competition ended, only slightly more than 1,200 people could enter the alchemy competition. Similarly, they would draw lots to determine their opponents. The cultivators who could last until the third round were not simple. The others were very nervous when they drew lots, but Qin Fin casually grabbed a bamboo stick. On it was written the disciple of the 5-star sect, North Kuan sect, Zhang Bei. Senior Xiao Feng, I am Zhang Bei, a disciple of the North Kuan sect. I admit that I am not a match for you, so I voluntarily withdraw from this round. Just as Qin Fin found out the identity of his opponent, he saw a black shadow land in front of him. Zhang Bei was dressed in green. He had delicate features, and he exuded a righteous aura. Are you sure you don't want to compete? It was not easy to last until the third round. Qin Fin's first impression of Zhang Bei was not bad. He could see that Zhang Bei was at the Buddha Light Fourth Transformation Realm. Just from the surface level, Zhang Bei was one level higher than him. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. Although I do not want to give up, I know that I will definitely lose this round. It is better not to embarrass myself. Zhang Bei cupped his fists, and his attitude was very respectful. Qin Fin nodded. He suddenly had a feeling that he was bullying the weak. If Zhang Bei didn't meet him in this round, he might have advanced to the elixir refinement competition. You voluntarily withdrawing has saved me a lot of trouble. Take this bottle of elixir. Qin Fin casually threw a jade bottle over. Zhang Bei was slightly stunned. He quickly opened the bottle, and the rich fragrance of elixirs wafted out. However, it was blocked by the array. Only Zhang Bei and Qin Fin could smell it. This is the essence Buddha pill? Zhang Bei was dumbfounded when he saw the elixir. The essence Buddha pill was the best pill for Buddha Light intermediate stage cultivators to break through to the late stage. It was a class 3, grade 7 king pill. Even if it was sold in large pill stores, the price was definitely not low. Moreover, the quantity was limited. Qin Fin directly took out an entire bottle of essence Buddha pills. Zhang Bei counted carefully. There were a total of 12 pills. This is the compensation for voluntarily withdrawing from the competition, Qin Fin said. Zhang Bei looked at Qin Fin in disbelief. This was the first time he saw such a young nouveau riche like Qin Fin. Senior Xiao Feng, I can't accept this bottle of essence Buddha pills. I voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Senior didn't force me. Senior, you don't have to feel burdened. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bei actually returned the bottle of essence Buddha pills to Qin Fin. Very good. You are to my liking. It's just a bottle of essence Buddha pills. I have many more with me. Just take it. Treat it as me making friends with you. Qin Fun was preparing to develop vigorously in the North Sand region. What he lacked was trustworthy friends. He felt that Zhang Bei, Lin Hao, and Xing Sanfang were the same kind of people. He could get to know them better. Zhang Bei really couldn't understand Qin Fun. This was a bottle of essence Buddha pills. Even if it was bought, it would cost tens of millions of spirit stones. However, in Qin Fun's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. He didn't know which sect this senior was from. He believed that he wouldn't be any weaker than the North Kuan sect. For a moment, Zhang Bei was a little hesitant. He was now in the Buddha Light Fourth Transformation Realm. He was in urgent need of Essence Buddha pills. 10 Essence Buddha pills were placed in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Brother Zhang, take it. It's just a bottle of Essence Buddha pills. Compared to making a friend like you, it's nothing. Qin Fun saw through Zhang Bei's thoughts and pushed the jade bottle into his hand. This time, Zhang Bei didn't refuse. It would be too pretentious. He looked at Qin Fun solemnly and said, Brother Qiao, your cultivation level and status are much higher than mine. However, you didn't put on the airs of a senior. You're even willing to make friends with me. I'm really flattered. Qin Fun smiled and said, There are many powerful venerables on the divine continent. My cultivation level is just like an ant's. There's nothing to be proud of. Moreover, there's no need to care about the background of a friend. There's no need to take fame and power seriously. The more Zhang Bei listened, the more excited he became. He realized that Qin Fun's views were very similar to his. It was hard to find a friend with such views on the divine continent. Haha, I didn't expect to make a friend like Brother Qiao in this genius competition. I'm even more excited than getting the title of North Sand Region's Top 10 Geniuses. Since Brother Qiao doesn't mind, I'll become sworn brothers with Brother Qiao here. Zhang Bei bowed deeply to Qin Fun. This scene caused a commotion in the crowd. What's that cultivator doing? Isn't this the etiquette of becoming sworn brothers? I know that person. He's a disciple of North Kuan sect, a 5-star sect in the Jiangchuan region. North Kuan sect is considered a big force in the North Sand region. Why does this genius disciple suddenly want to become sworn brothers with Qiao Feng? This is bad, Grand Elder. Eldest senior brother Zhang Bei actually acknowledged someone else as his big brother in the martial arts field. Zhang Bei didn't think that his action would cause such a big commotion. After he bowed, he heard the Grand Elder's voice transmission. It was scolding him for publicly acknowledging Zhang Bei as his big brother and bringing shame to the North Kuan sect. Qin Fun noticed the change in Zhang Bei's expression. He asked worriedly what happened. Zhang Bei smiled bitterly. He didn't hide anything from Qin Fun. It's nothing, Brother Qiao. The Grand Elder scolded me. I'll go and apologize to him first. Brother Qiao Feng is still my big brother. No one can change that. Zhang Bei expressed his attitude. Qin Fun was very touched. After all, the two of them had just met. But Zhang Bei insisted on becoming sworn brothers despite the pressure from the sect's Grand Elder. Seeing that he was about to get off the stage, Qin Fun transmitted a voice transmission to him. Since we're sworn brothers, I won't hide anything from you. My real name is Qin Fun. The spirit charge pill was concocted by me. Zhang Bei's feet had just touched the ground. He almost stumbled and fell. He turned his head to look at Qin Fun, who was standing on the martial arts field. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Big Brother is actually the famous young hero Qin in the North Sand region. I believe the Grand Elder will not dissuade us if he knows about this. Zhang Bei was excited. However, he wasn't stupid. Since Qin Fun hid his identity during the Genius Conference, it meant that he had his own difficulties. Zhang Bei planned to tell the Grand Elder about this after the Genius Conference ended. Chapter 1786. The third round had just begun. Qin Feng hadn't even made a move yet, but he had already become the first participant to enter the Pill Refinery Conference. After more than 2 hours, the battles in the other venues had all ended. After the first round of the Martial Training Conference, there were only 1,200 cultivators left to participate in the following rounds. Jiang Fian had already stood up to read out the rankings of the Martial Training Conference. When she read out the first place Qiao Feng's name, the cultivators below the stage cried out in surprise. Wu Xian's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. The first round of the Martial Training Conference has ended. Now, there are a total of 1,234 cultivators who have advanced. I hereby announce the official start of the second round of the Pill Refinery Conference. Following Jiang Fian's announcement, the surroundings were filled with waves of noise. The Genius Conference, held by the Binji City Square, was to test the cultivators' all-roundness. Only cultivators who excelled in all aspects were worthy of the title of the Northern Sand Continent's top 10 genius cultivators. The venue for the Pill Refinery Conference was still in the middle of the plaza. Qin Feng became more and more interested in this Grade 9 array. The array was divided into tens of thousands of smaller arrays. At this moment, there were pill furnaces and some medicinal ingredients used for concocting pills. It was evident that there was a teleportation array hidden in this large array. The participating cultivators had already found their own venues to concoct pills. Many of them took out their own pill furnaces. They simply didn't care about the normal pill furnaces provided by the Binji City Square. Qin Feng had a heaven and earth cauldron, but he didn't plan to use it. Previously, Long Qianjun had prepared to give him a heaven and earth cauldron. It was said that the heaven and earth cauldron was one of the Northern Sand Continent's 8 great spiritual cauldrons. However, Qin Feng could tell that the heaven and earth cauldron wasn't as good as the heaven and earth cauldron. If he took out the heaven and earth cauldron in front of everyone, it would definitely cause a commotion and bring unnecessary trouble. Participating cultivators, there are the same medicinal ingredients and pill furnaces provided in your respective arrays. Everyone can use their own pill furnaces to concoct pills, but you can only use the medicinal ingredients provided by the Binji City Square. Now I will announce the Pill Refinery Conference's examination questions. Everyone is required to concoct 2 types of pills specified by the Binji City Square, and then concoct a random pill. The points will be based on the concoction technique, time, medicinal properties, quality, and many other factors. For many of the cultivators present, this was not their first time participating in the Convention of Geniuses. Thus, the moment Jiang Fian's words fell, many of the cultivators within the array formation got busy. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Actually, he wasn't very clear about the requirements of the alchemy conference. However, when he looked at the pill furnace, he understood a lot. This array actually had a void array within it. Some words appeared above the pill furnace. They were the names of the 2 types of pills designated by the Binji market: Gold Elemental Elixir and Spiritual Essence Elixir. Qin Feng was very familiar with the names of these 2 elixirs. When he had gone to the Elixir Association to test for the identity of an alchemy master, he had refined the consciousness elixir. As for the golden yuan pill, it was an 8th grade, 6th grade golden pill that could help a late-stage Saint King realm cultivator break through quickly. After looking at the pills designated by the Binji market, Qin Feng suddenly felt a little puzzled. Whether it was the golden yuan pill or the consciousness elixir, they were both golden pill quality pills. Moreover, this was the venue of the Northern Sand Continent's Genius Convention. How could the standards for alchemy be so low? However, he soon understood. After all, the Convention of Geniuses was not the Pill Association of Pill City. It had to be known that the Convention of Geniuses didn't just test alchemy. Moreover, the age limit for participating cultivators was 50 years old or younger. Alchemists in the Northern Sand Continent were extremely rare, and pill kings under the age of 50 could be counted on one's fingers. No wonder the predetermined pill is only golden pill quality. If it was a king-grade pill, I'm afraid only a few people would be able to refine it. Qin Fen muttered to himself. He had already roughly understood the situation of the alchemy conference. His heart immediately relaxed. This was not the Pill Association of Pill City where alchemists gathered, and with his current status as a third-grade, seventh-grade pill king, he didn't have to worry about anything. Bang! Qin Fen glanced around and found that the other cultivators had already started their alchemy. There were even a few cultivators with excellent alchemy skills who were about to finish their pills. He didn't waste any more time and immediately shot a few balls of flame into the bottom of the furnace. It had to be known that the time taken to refine pills was also a key factor in the final score. Senior Qiao Feng is actually using an ordinary furnace provided by the Binji market? His fire seed is also an ordinary inner fire. This doesn't match Senior Qiao Feng's status, right? Sigh. Looks like Qiao Feng is only skilled in the martial Dao. I'm afraid he's just a beginner in the aspect of alchemy. Because Qin Fen won the previous martial arts conference, he instantly became the focus of the audience. Many cultivators below the stage were paying attention to him. When they saw the process of his alchemy, they sighed. Because of the soundproof array, Qin Fen couldn't hear their voices. But even if he heard it, Qin Fen wouldn't care in the slightest. The ingredients for the gold essence pill had already been thrown into the cauldron. As a Tier 3, Tier 7 pill king, refining the gold essence pill was a piece of cake for Qin Feng. He looked at the other cauldron beside him and sent out several balls of flames to activate that cauldron. What is Senior Qiao Feng doing? Why is there another furnace? This action caused the crowd to be dumbfounded. I know, Qiao Feng must have failed in that furnace of alchemy and is planning to refine another type of alchemy. That should be the case. Looks like Senior Qiao Feng really doesn't know how to refine pills. Everyone quickly look. Senior Qiao Feng is refining 2 furnaces of alchemy at the same time. The voices that originally didn't look favorably on Qin Fen suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. Everyone immediately looked over, and their eyeballs and jaws dropped to the ground. At this moment, Qin Fen was sitting cross-legged with a furnace on each of his left and right hands. He was controlling one furnace with each hand and was actually refining 2 different furnaces of alchemy at the same time. Rumble! The flames were exuberant, and the burning air let out a whistling sound. Qin Fen was refining 2 furnaces of alchemy at the same time, but his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was even more skilled than many cultivators refining a furnace of alchemy. He had been using his inner fire to refine pills. After all, the purple serene flame and the spirit sunflower were too precious. If he displayed them in public, it would definitely cause a commotion. Moreover, the purple serene flame and the spirit sunflower were rumored to be with Qin Fen, so his identity would definitely be exposed. Fortunately, the gold essence pill and the consciousness accumulation pill were of the golden elixir quality. Even if he used his inner fire to refine them, Qin Fen was confident that he could refine a special grade elixir. There were 1,234 cultivators participating in the alchemy assembly in the array formation square, but only Qin Fen was refining 2 furnaces of alchemy at the same time. His actions were noticed by even more people, and even some of the contestants were shocked. Senior brother Hao Fei, is that guy called Qiao Feng crazy? He's refining 2 furnaces of alchemy at the same time? A disciple of the 5-star sect, Sword Sect, sent a voice transmission to his senior brother, who was also participating in the competition. The senior brother called Hao Fei glanced at Qin Fen and revealed a playful smile. Ignore him. Ugly people tend to cause trouble. I think he's only good at martial arts, but he knows nothing about alchemy. Let's compete peacefully. This year, we must fight for a place in the top 10 geniuses of the Sword Sect. When Hao Fei calmed his emotions and re-entered the state of refining alchemy, another beautiful girl looked at Qin Fen. The girl was dressed in a white dress and her face was covered by a veil. Even though only her eyes were exposed, they were still extremely charming. The girl was Yu Inxue of the number 1 family in the northern Sand region, the Yuin family. She and Wu Jin of the Invincible sect were listed as strong candidates for the first place in this year's Genius Assembly. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin was eliminated in the first round of the Martial Arts Assembly. Now, this girl's reputation as the first place had increased. So he's just a boorish fellow who only knows how to fight. What a waste of my time. A cold smile flashed in Yu Inshue's eyes. Clearly, she did not think much of Qin Fen. Rumble. Explosions could be heard from the Array Plaza, indicating that many cultivators had completed their pills. Although the cultivators below the stage could not hear the huge commotion caused by the formation of the pills, they could see the scene of the fog rising into the sky. However, these cultivators had only managed to refine one type of pill. The requirement for the competition was to refine 3 types of pills. Therefore, after the cultivators had completed their pills, they did not stop for a moment and immediately began the process of refining the new pill. Yu Inxue is indeed a genius. She is the first to complete her pill. If nothing goes wrong, she will definitely win this round. Hao Fei of the 5-star sect, Sword Sect, is also performing very well. I believe it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 10 geniuses of the Northern Sand region. Sigh. It's such a pity for the Invincible sect. Senior Wu Jin was eliminated in the first round, and the remaining disciples of their sect have only average performances. It's hard to say if any of them can enter the top 10. Senior Qiao Feng has yet to make a move. Just based on the time, he has already fallen behind more than half of the cultivators. The discussions were like a tidal wave. The cultivators below the stage were even more excited than the cultivators participating in the competition. However, the focus of the discussions had shifted from Qin Fen to Yu Inxue. At this moment, several strange cries came from the crowd. It's done. Senior Qiao Feng has completed his pill. Tisk, it's done. He has already fallen behind the other cultivators by a few joss sticks worth of time. It's not surprising that he has completed his pill. That's not it. Senior Qiao Feng has completed 2 furnaces of pills in one go. He has already completed the 2 types of pills designated by the Binji City Square. The crowd was stunned for a moment. When they regained their senses, they revealed expressions of disbelief. Tens of thousands of gazes shot towards the small array where Qin Fen was. At this moment, he was pulling the pills. With a grab of his hands, the 2 furnaces of pills that had rushed into the sky from the pill furnace immediately shot towards Qin Fen. Finally, they were stored into 2 jade bottles. Damn! Senior Qiao Feng really refined 2 furnaces of pills at the same time? Looking at the dense spiritual qi rising up, the quality of those 2 furnaces of pills must be at least high grade. So everyone has misjudged Senior Qiao Feng. How is he a newbie? He is definitely at the level of an alchemy master. Even the Northern Sand region's alchemy king might not be able to do this, right? I wonder if Alchemy King Qin, who made the Spirit Surge pill, can do it? The heated discussion returned to Qin Fen. His performance in this alchemy conference was too shocking. Even the 4 judges were shocked. That kid succeeded? How is that possible? Wu Xian's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground as he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The other 2 judges were shocked. Even if they didn't know how to refine pills, they could tell that Qin Fen had most likely reached the level of an alchemy king. They had never heard of such a young alchemy king before. The Northern Sand region has been surging like a storm recently. Many young geniuses have appeared, and they are all concealing their identities. This is really unimaginable. Jiang Fian's eagle-like eyes stared at Qin Fen as she muttered to herself. Chapter 1787. Qin Feng's success attracted everyone's attention. Not only were the cultivators and the 4 judges looking at him, but the other contestants also stopped what they were doing and looked over. Senior brother Hao Fei, that guy refined 2 cauldrons of pills at once, and he even succeeded. The junior brother from the 5-star sword sect was shocked. Hao Fei had already realized this, even without his junior brother's reminder. Even he was shocked and started to pay more attention to Qin Feng. The one who was the most shocked was Yu Yin from the Yu Yin family. She was only at the 5 changes of Buddha aura, and she was worried that she would encounter Wu Jin in the last round. However, as a rank 8, rank 6 gold pill master in her early 30s, Yu Yin was confident that no one could compete with her in this alchemy conference. Qin Feng's move made her panic. Humph. The alchemy conference is mainly to test the quality of the pills. I don't believe that the quality can be good by refining 2 cauldrons of pills at once. Yu Yin could only comfort herself like this. After glaring at Qin Feng coldly, she went back to refining. It was Qin Feng, the culprit, who caused a sensation. At this time, he didn't pay attention to the situation outside the formation at all. He wanted to race against time. As soon as he finished refining the Jinyuan pill and the consciousness pill, he immediately thought about what pill to refine next. According to the rules of the alchemy conference, the contestants had to choose the 3rd pill. This reminded Qin Feng of the Red Flower Hall's assessment. It was exactly the same. Refining pills seemed simple and didn't have any requirements, but it was the most difficult type of question. This was because the refined pill needed to be scored. If the grade of the pill was too low, the score would not be high. After some thought, Qin Feng decided to find a rare medicinal pill to concoct. However, after the incident with the Red Flower Hall concocting the Spirit Surge pill, Qin Feng realized that there were some medicinal pills that he could not casually reveal. Otherwise, it would cause another sensation in the Northern Sand region. Under the constraints of many conditions, Qin Feng finally chose the Youth Beauty pill. This was a rank 1, rank 7 king pill, and its main effect was to beautify one's appearance. In the divine continent where cultivation was the main focus, it seemed to be of little value. However, Qin Feng knew that the Youth Beauty pill didn't exist in the Northern Sand continent. Moreover, it was a type of king pill. If he could refine this pill, it would prove his alchemy skills as a pill king. At the same time, he wouldn't have to worry about the heaven-defying medicinal effect of the pill. After choosing the pill, Qin Feng did not stop to rest. He immediately found the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the nascent countenance pill and started a fire to refine the pill. Look, Senior Qiao Feng started refining pills again. Everyone, guess what pill he's going to refine himself. I believe it won't be too bad. It's very possible that it's a transformation Yuan Dan. I've long seen that Senior Qiao Feng is a Dan King. Because Qin Feng had refined 2 batches of pills at the same time, he had once again become the focus of attention. Many of the cultivators who were previously not optimistic about him and made sarcastic remarks now acted as if nothing had happened. They immediately became his fans and started to praise him. From time to time, the contestants would look over at Qin Feng. However, when they saw him throw ingredients into the pill furnace, they were at a loss. No one could tell what pill he was refining. Even Yu Yin was puzzled. Rumble. In less than the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, a loud noise came from Qin Feng's formation. A batch of nascent countenance pills was successfully produced. This was Qin Feng's first time refining nascent countenance pills, and he successfully refined 8 of them. The cultivators outside could not hear the movement of the pills, but they could see the white mist rolling in the formation that Qin Feng was in. Look, Senior Qiao Feng has formed another pill. This pill refining speed is almost as fast as my dual cultivation speed, a cultivator exclaimed. Immediately, hundreds of disdainful gazes were cast over. Your dual cultivation speed is too fast. You're a man in seconds. Senior Qiao Feng has already completed 3 batches of pills, while the other cultivators haven't even finished 2 batches. Even the talented Lady Yu Yin has only just finished her 2nd batch of pills. Just from the pill refining speed alone, Senior Chiao Feng, is really heaven-defying. Can anyone recognize the pill that Senior Chiao Feng refined? Why haven't I seen it before? Qin Feng put away the jade bottle and came out of the formation. He finally realized that the cultivators below the stage were talking about him. However, he did not react at all and walked straight to the judge's table. These are the pills that I refined. Qin Feng placed the 3 jade bottles on the stone table. The 2 judges sitting in the middle were shocked by Qin Feng's pill refining speed and were still in a daze. Wu Exan glared at him with an ice-cold expression, but he saw that Qin Feng did not look him in the eye. Jiang Fian had already stood up. She had just opened the first jade bottle when she revealed a shocked expression. This is a whole bottle of special quality, profound consciousness pills. The 2 judges sitting in the middle suddenly jumped up and moved their heads to look at the pills in Jiang Fian's hand. They're really all of special quality. It's really amazing. Although the profound consciousness pill is only a 3rd or 6th grade golden pill, it's an extremely difficult pill to refine. Even an elixir king of a generation can't guarantee that he can refine an entire batch of special quality pills. Jiang Fian and the other 2 were full of praise. When Wu Exan heard their words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian had already opened the 2nd jade bottle. She exclaimed again, "How is this possible? This bottle of gold yuan pills is actually also of special quality." The other 2 elders could not remain calm. If it was said that refining a whole batch of special quality pills for the profound consciousness pill was a matter of luck, but refining a whole batch of special quality pills for the gold yuan pills was not something as simple as luck. Moreover, the gold yuan pill was a level 8 or 6th grade golden pill. It was already close to the grade of a king pill. How could one refine a whole batch of special quality pills just by relying on luck? To actually be able to refine a whole batch of gold yuan pills, young Hero Chao's talent in pill refining is really amazing. If there are no mistakes, I'm afraid that young Hero Chao will be the champion of the 2nd round of the pill refining conference. The 2 judges changed the way they addressed Qin Feng and directly called him young Hero Chao. It was obvious that they were trying to establish a relationship with Qin Feng in advance. One must know that Qin Feng was no longer simply a contestant in their eyes. He was most likely an elixir king, which would be of great help to their future breakthroughs. The results of the competition are not out yet. What's the point of saying all this? Just as the atmosphere was heating up, Wu Exan said coldly. The 2 judges immediately smiled awkwardly and did not say anything more. Earlier, Qin Feng had publicly killed the genius disciple of the invincible sect, Wu Jin. Obviously, he had offended great elder Wu Exan. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian let out another strange cry. A whole batch of special quality pills. Another whole batch of special quality pills. But this bottle of pills looks unfamiliar. I wonder what kind of pills are they? The 2 judges who had just collected their thoughts could not care less about whether Wu Exan was angry or not. They excitedly moved closer to look at the bottle of pills that Qin Feng had refined. One must know that the first 2 kinds of pills in the pill refining conference were designated by the Binji city market, but the 3rd kind of pill was up to the contestants. Since Qin Feng was able to refine a whole batch of special quality gold yuan pills and profound consciousness pills, he believed that the pills he refined would not be too bad. What kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before. The medicinal fragrance is rich, and it seems like it is about to take shape. This is definitely a king pill. When the 2 elders saw the nascent complexion pill, their expressions were complicated. They were able to be judges of the Genius Conference organized by the Binji City Market, so their status was definitely not low. Among them, the old man in the gray robe was one of the great elders of the Hall of Famous Generals, by Yi Xing, and he himself was a level 2, level 7 pill king. The other person was Su Peng, the great elder of the 7 Stars Monastery, a rare 5-star formation sect in the northern sand continent. Both of them were experienced seniors, but even they could not recognize the pills that Qin Feng had refined. Even Wu Xan could not help but sneak a few glances, and shock welled up in his heart. He actually could not recognize what kind of pills it was. Young Hero Qiao, what kind of pills are these? What effects do they have? Jiang Fian could not stand it anymore, and did not care about losing face, so she asked. Qin Feng said, City Lord Jiang, this bottle is a level 1, level 7 king pill, the nascent complexion pill. Nascent complexion pill? What kind of pill is that? Even though Qin Feng had said the name of the pill, Jiang Fian and the other 3 had not even heard of it. It was not only the 4 of them who did not know, the cultivators below the stage had also heard Qin Feng's words, and their faces were full of doubt. It is indeed a king pill. Who would have thought that young Hero Qiao would be a pill king at such a young age? Bai Yixing sighed. One must know that he himself had only become a pill king when he was over 60 years old. Young Hero Qiao, stop keeping us in suspense. What effects does this bottle of nascent complexion pill have? Su Peng also could not stand it anymore. Actually, even Wu Xan felt an itch in his heart, as if he was being scratched by a cat. However, he still pretended to be indifferent and would not show his emotions in front of Qin Feng. Seeing the reactions of Jiang Fian and the other 2, Qin Feng was glad that he had refined the nascent complexion pill. If he had refined those heaven-defying, lost pills from the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, who knew what would have happened? Clearing his throat, he introduced, Dear judges, this bottle is the nascent complexion pill. The pill formula has already been lost. At least in the northern sand continent, other than me, no one can refine this kind of pill. Lost pill formula? No one in the northern sand continent can refine it? Why did he say it was as mysterious as the soul surge pill? Jiang Fian and the other 2 could not stay calm anymore. They stared at the nascent complexion pill as if they wanted to snatch it away. Wu Xan also temporarily put aside his conflict with Qin Feng and looked at the nascent complexion pill out of the corner of his eye. Qin Feng continued, However, the nascent complexion pill does not have any effect on cultivation. It mainly has the effect of beautifying one's appearance. Ga. Hearing this, Jiang Fian and the other 3 almost fell down. The 4 of them were men, and they were not interested in beautifying one's appearance. Ahem. It turns out to be a bottle of beautifying pills. He. Jiang Fian used a laugh to cover up his embarrassment. He was the mayor of the northern sand continent's first city, Jiang City, and a spiritual venerable at the peak of level 9 of the true spirit. He had unexpectedly lost his composure because of a beautifying pill. If this matter spread, he would lose his face. Su Peng and Bai Yixing immediately went back to their seats. They wore serious expressions, as if nothing had happened. Wu Xan was stunned for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. Ha ha! A bottle of beautifying pills? How could you refine it? What a waste of medicinal ingredients. You still have the nerve to brag that it is a long-lost pill formula. It is no wonder that you are the only one in the northern sand continent who can refine it. It is because the other alchemists do not want to waste their time refining this kind of useless pill. APPAP. Chapter 1788. Wu Xan was obviously looking for trouble with Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had killed Invincible Sect's genius disciple Wu Jin in public. However, Qin Feng could not refute Wu Xan's mockery. It was his first time refining the youthful beauty pill, and he was not sure of its effects. Young Hero Qiao, I heard that you refined a batch of youthful beauty pills. Can you sell one to me? At this moment, a beautiful figure landed on the judge's table. The Elixir Refinement Conference was in progress, and the woman's action clearly broke the rules of the conference. However, the 3 judges of 100 Leaves Planet acted as if they did not see it. Even Jiang Fian spoke to her politely. Junior sister Yunchan, we are in the middle of the Elixir Refinement Conference. It's not too late to talk after the conference. The woman on the stage ignored Jiang Fian. Her eyes were fixed on the youthful beauty pills that Qin Fin had refined. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed one. The 3 judges of 100 Leaves Planet were shocked. Jiang Fian felt as if she had been slapped in the face. She looked slightly unhappy, but she quickly recovered and did not reprimand the woman. Qin Fin was shocked by the woman's actions and looked at her. This woman was dressed in a white dress. Her figure was draped, and her face was covered by a veil. However, the instant she ate the pill, she took off the veil. Qin Feng quickly glanced over and saw a dark red birthmark on the right side of her face. It made her originally beautiful face look somewhat frightening. Qin Fen immediately understood that the woman wanted to eat the youthful beauty pill to remove the birthmark on her face. Moreover, from her disregard for the rules of the conference, the birthmark on her face had probably existed for a long time and had become a big worry for the woman. Damn, who is that woman? She actually barged into the conference and snatched the elixir. City Governor Jiang and the others are not doing anything? Lower your voice. Believe it or not. If that woman hears your words, you won't even know how you died. Who is that woman? Does she have a powerful background? The cultivators below the stage were attracted by the mysterious woman and were curious about her identity. There were few people who recognized the woman, but they only dared to discuss in low voices. If I'm not wrong, that female senior is called Yun Chan, the Misty Cloud sect leader. Rumor has it that she has stepped into the middle stage of true spirit realm. Her cultivation level is a bit lower than the 4 judges on the stage. But if you know that the unworldly immortal, venerable barefoot immortal is her father, then you will understand everything. Rumor has it that sect leader Yin Chan gave birth to a beauty. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of this beauty. She has a palm-sized birthmark on her face, which affects her overall beauty. Sect leader Yin is also a person who loves beauty. Because of this, she has been searching everywhere for elixirs that can enhance her beauty. However, the effects are not good. No wonder sect leader Yun Chan would lose her composure and rush into the hall, and City Governor Jiang and the other judges did not stop her. So that's why, after everyone understood the reason behind it, a look of realization appeared on their faces. However, Qin Feng did not hear their discussion. At this moment, he was looking at Yun Chan with a blank expression. The pill melted in Yun Chan's mouth, and a rich medicinal fragrance lingered in her mouth. Even though she did not know what pill it was, she was certain that it was a king pill. Thank you for the beauty pill, young Hero Chow. Name a price. After eating the pill, Yun Chan let out a sigh of relief. However, she became slightly nervous. She did not know if the beauty pill she ate this time had any effect. Qin Feng had already guessed the reason why she ate the beauty pill. However, Qin Feng was still not clear about the effects of the youth beauty pill. Therefore, he said politely, "It's not too late to discuss the price after the pill shows its effects." Yun Chan had already realized her impudence. She was about to throw some spirit stones at Qin Feng and quickly leave. However, she did not expect him to answer like this. What kind of pill is this? How does it enhance one's beauty? Yun Chan asked. I concocted a youthful beauty pill. As for the effects of the youthful beauty pill, I'm not sure yet. This is the first time I've concocted this pill, and you've become the first person to eat it, Qin Feng said truthfully. Yun Chan's expression, which was hidden under her veil, turned cold. She never thought that Qin Feng would be refining this pill for the first time. She had seen Qin Feng refine 2 cauldrons of pills at the same time. Furthermore, he was the first participant to complete the refinement. She assumed that he was a pretty good pill refiner. She did not expect such a situation to occur. The glimmer of hope in Yun Chan's heart was instantly extinguished. She did not know how many beauty pills she had eaten in the past, but they were all unable to remove the birthmark on her face. She naturally did not have any hope for Qin Feng's first youth beauty pill. I was impudent. Your pill has probably reached the quality of a king pill. You won't lose out even if I give you 500,000 spirit stones. Yun Chan clapped her lily-white hands, and a small hill of spirit stones fell in front of her. The eyes of the cultivators below the stage glowed with greed. Qin Feng acted as if he did not see it, now that he was worth more than 10 billion spirit stones. Why would he care about a mere 500,000 spirit stones? Senior, please don't be in a hurry to leave. You are the first person to consume the Youth Beauty Pill. I want you to prove the effects of the Youth Beauty Pill. At the same time, if anything happens to your body, I will be responsible for you. Although Qin Feng could not see Yun Chan's face clearly, he could tell from her voice and the aura that was as strong as the sea that she was much older than him. It was not an exaggeration to call her senior. Yun Chan's body emitted waves of cold air. What she cared about the most was the birthmark on her face. Because of this, she felt extremely inferior. Now, Qin Feng actually wanted her to be a guinea pig and make a fool of herself in front of everyone. I've already given you the spirit stones. Don't spout any more nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yun Chan was about to leave after throwing out some harsh words. However, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on the right side of her face. It felt like a flame was burning her face, and she cried out in pain. Ah, what kind of bullshit pill is this? Why do I feel like my face is on fire? If my face is ruined, don't even think about living. Yun Chan's shout was very loud, and the cultivators below the stage became restless. Could it be that young Hero Qiao refined a cauldron of useless pills? If that's the case, then his ranking in this round's competition will be pulled down. It's hard to say whether it's a useless pill or not. You must know that Senior Yun Chan's birthmark has been there for dozens of years. During this time, Senior Yun has been looking everywhere for a beauty pill, but it has no effect. Even if young Hero Qiao refined the youthful beauty pill, it can't be said that there's a problem with the pill. Regardless of whether there's a problem with the pill or not, if sect leader Yun's birthmark isn't removed, Senior Qiao Feng will probably die in the competition. Sigh. Senior Qiao Feng is really unlucky. Qin Feng also realized the seriousness of the problem. He was immediately speechless. What kind of situation was this? When Wu Xan, who had been silent for a long time, saw this, he immediately jumped up and said, "Junior sister Yun Chan, the pill you ate definitely has no effect. This guy surnamed Qiao caused your face to be ruined, so why spare his life?" Qin Feng wanted to slap Wu Xan, the troublemaker, to death, but he knew that he wasn't the old man's opponent. He was more concerned about Yun Chan's situation. Although Qin Feng didn't know Yun Chan's identity, he could see that her position was not ordinary. Even Jiang Fian was polite to her. Yun Chan seemed to be bewitched by Wu Xan's words. The cold air around her body grew, and her beautiful eyes that were exposed glared at Qin Feng coldly. She looked like she was going to make a move at any time. "Senior Yun Chan, your face is fine," Qin Feng suddenly shouted. He had just bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system. He wanted to see how serious the birthmark on Yun Chan's face was, but he saw a delicate and beautiful face through the veil. Her skin was as white as snow, like a newborn baby's. There was no birthmark at all. "You reckless junior, don't talk nonsense." Yun Chan was furious, but she thought that Qin Feng was joking with her. She had been looking for a pill to remove her birthmark for dozens of years, but she hadn't found it. How could it suddenly be fine? A gust of wind blew, and Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He was sure that his opponent was a true spirit realm expert, and her cultivation was much higher than the Red Flower Halls by Zhanfei. Qin Feng felt the air around him freeze under this palm. He wanted to dodge, but his movements became abnormally slow. "Woman, you're biting the hand that feeds you. My pill healed your face, but you want to attack me. You're unreasonable." There was no hope of dodging, so Qin Feng could only circulate his aura to block the true spirit realm expert's attack. However, when his aura collided with the wind in the air, It was as laughable as the stars competing with the moon. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the venue. Qin Feng stood steadily on the bluestone ground, but he saw that a few array compartments had been destroyed. It turned out that Yun Chan had changed the direction of her attack at the critical moment. She stood in the venue in a daze. The veil on her face had been blown away by the wind, and she was staring blankly at a reflective stone wall in the judges' seats. It was a delicate face, and her skin was white and delicate. There was no red birthmark at all. Not only did the birthmark disappear, Yun Chan discovered that her skin was much better. It was soft and snow-white, as if water could be squeezed out of it. "This is this me?" Yun Chan touched her right cheek and muttered to herself. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "If it's not you, then it's a ghost? Just take it that I fed my rejuvenation pill to a dog." These words shocked the cultivators below the stage. Even Jiang Fian and the other judges looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. Yun Chan was the daughter of the reclusive, immortal, reverend, barefoot Taoist. How many people in the entire northern Sand continent would dare to speak rudely to her? Qin Feng called her a dog in front of everyone, so he must be tired of living. Qin Feng did not notice this, because he still did not know about Yun Chan's powerful background. At this moment, he was more concerned about the rejuvenation pill. He was already shocked by its medicinal properties. When Yun Chan was eating the pill, Qin Feng glanced at her face. He was sure that there was a palm-sized, dark red birthmark on the right side of her face. However, after Yun Chan ate the rejuvenation pill for less than an incense's time, the birthmark had completely disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Moreover, her skin was much better. This was comparable to Chinese makeup. "It's healed? My face is really healed." Yun Chan cried tears of joy. The troubles that had troubled her for more than 30 years had suddenly disappeared. This feeling was like a dream. When she regained her senses, she immediately landed beside Qin Feng. In her excitement, she threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace. "Young hero Qiao, I'm really grateful to you. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as I, Yun Chan, can do it, I will definitely do it." Chapter 1789. The noisy venue suddenly became silent. Yun Chan's hug was too sudden, and no one expected it. "I'm so jealous of Senior Qiao Feng. Not only is his cultivation realm high, but he's also an alchemy expert. He even received sect leader Yun Chan's favor. He's simply a winner in life." Sect leader Yun Chan's father is a reclusive, immortal, Reverend Barefoot. Whoever marries sect leader Yun Chan will have half a foot in the void god stage. Is no one paying attention to Senior Qiao Feng's nascent beauty pill? That pill is so magical. It removed sect leader Yun Chan's birthmark in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Sect leader Yun has been troubled by that birthmark for decades. There was no soundproof array in the judges' seats. When the discussions of the cultivators below the stage fell into Yun Chan's ears, she abruptly woke up. Only then did she realize her ambiguous actions with Qin Feng. "Young hero Qiao, thank you for your nascent beauty pill. The 500,000 spirit stones before were just a greeting gift. Here are 5 million spirit stones. I hope you'll accept them." Yun Chan pushed lightly and broke away from Qin Feng's embrace. She quickly hid the blush on her face and acted as if nothing had happened. Another large mountain of spirit stones fell, causing the crowd to exclaim. Yun Chan was quite rich. She gave away 5 million high-grade spirit stones with a wave of her hand. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng didn't even look at the spirit stones. He said to Yun Chan, "Sect leader Yun, I didn't ask you to try the nascent beauty pill for the spirit stones. I just wanted to prove the medicinal effect of the pill. At the same time, I hope to help sect leader Yin get rid of the birthmark on your face." When the word birthmark was mentioned, Yun Chan's delicate body trembled. After all, This problem had been bothering her for more than 30 years. Even though the birthmark was gone, she still felt inferior for a while. However, very quickly, Yun Chan's beautiful eyes brightened. Yes, I am. With young Hero Chao's ability, the #1 spot in this year's genius competition is yours for sure. Why would you care about worldly possessions like spirit stones? Also, I misunderstood young Hero Chao's meaning earlier. I hope you don't take offense. The change in Yun Chan's attitude left the crowd speechless. Any cultivator who had heard of her name would know that this woman was usually as cold and arrogant as frost. She would never waste her breath on a stranger. However, when she conversed with Qin Fun in public, her tone still carried a hint of gentleness. Junior sister Yun Chan, congratulations. The birthmark on your face has finally been removed. Jiang Fian finally came to her senses and immediately walked down from the judging panel to celebrate. Yun Chan gradually got used to people talking about her birthmark. She nodded at Jiang Fian and said, I was reckless earlier and broke the rules of the Elixir Refinery Association. Please forgive me, City Lord Jiang and the 3 judges. With Yun Chan's status, no one would dare to blame her for breaking the rules. Now that she had taken the initiative to admit her mistake, Jiang Fian and the others felt a little better. Bai Yixing and the others also came over and greeted Yun Chan. Then, the eyes of the 4 judges landed on the youthful beauty pills. The effects of this bottle of pills were much stronger than they had imagined. Young Hero Chao, how many spirit stones are you planning to sell these pills for? Although he felt a little embarrassed, Jiang Fian still couldn't help but ask. Qin Fun waved his hand and smiled. What are you talking about, City Lord Jiang? If you need it, this junior will give you one for free. Jiang Fian replied politely, How can I do that? Young Hero Chao, please state your price. City Lord Jiang, do you want to personally try the effects of the youthful beauty pills? Then you can eat it first. Jiang Fian really did have this intention. Originally, he didn't care about his appearance. However, after seeing the effects of Yun Chan eating the youthful beauty pills, his heart started to itch. Actually, the northern San region had many beautifying pills. Many cultivators who are over 100 years old could, because of eating the pills, maintain their youthful appearance of 40 or 50 years old. If those cultivators didn't speak, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell their age. Since Qin Fun said so, Jiang Fian didn't argue any further. He poured out a youthful beauty pill in front of everyone and put it into his mouth. Instantly, he felt a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing through his body. That burning sensation also appeared on Jiang Fian's body. However, it wasn't on his face, but on his back and thighs. Jiang Fian himself knew that because of a fight, there was a knife scar on his back that he couldn't get rid of. Moreover, there was a small birthmark on his thighs. City Lord Jiang, do you feel like your body is being burned? This is the effect of the pill's medicinal properties. City Lord Jiang, you don't have to worry. After Yun Chan's experiment, Qin Fun had a clear understanding of the youthful beauty pill. Jiang Fian heaved a sigh of relief. He pretended that nothing had happened and waited for the youthful beauty pill's medicinal properties to fully take effect. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the burning sensation subsided. Bai Yixing and Su Peng cried out in surprise. Who are you? City Lord Jiang? Is that you? The two's questions confused Jiang Fian. However, when he turned to look at the reflective stone wall behind him, he was shocked. My beard is gone, and the wrinkles on my face are gone? Is this me? This is how I looked when I was in my 20s, 20-something years old? To Jiang Fian, that was too far away. He was already over 100 years old. It was hard for him to accept the sudden restoration of his youthful beauty. However, Bai Yixing and Su Peng's eyes lit up. They stared fixedly at the bottle of youthful beauty pill on the judge's table. They didn't care much about their appearance, but the effect of this bottle of youthful beauty pill was not as simple as beautifying one's appearance. In the words of Earth, it was plastic surgery, a miraculous pill that restores one's youth. This is definitely a miraculous pill that restores one's youth. Young Hero Chiao, can you sell me a youthful beauty pill? You can ask for as many spirit stones as you want. The two couldn't stay calm. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and snatch the pill. Qin Fen didn't expect the youthful beauty pill to be so heaven-defying in terms of beautifying one's appearance. He already planned to refine a few more cauldrons of youthful beauty pills and give them to Lin Bei Bei and the other women so that they could maintain their youthful appearance forever. Seniors, you're too polite. If you're interested in the youthful beauty pill, then you can take one for free. Qin Fen smiled. Bai Yixing and Su Peng didn't stand on ceremony. They immediately took out the youthful beauty pill and swallowed it. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the effects of the pill took effect. The two old men turned into two handsome young men with elegant demeanor. Oh my God! What pill did young Hero Chiao refine? It's practically an immortal pill. The cultivators below the stage looked at the judges' table. When they saw Jiang Fian and the other two young handsome men, they were so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. Young Hero Chiao, I also want to buy your pill. Leave one for your little brother. Such a heaven-defying, miraculous pill has appeared. May I ask who in this elixir conference can compare to Senior Chiao Feng's elegance? At this time, the participants of the elixir conference had finished their competition. However, they were all dejected after seeing the miraculous effects of Qin Fen's youthful beauty pill. They wanted nothing more than to hide the pills they refined. Chapter 1790. Jiang Fian was excited that he had suddenly returned to his 30s. Seeing that all the contestants had finished refining pills, he organized Bai Yixing and the other two to evaluate and grade them. Bai Yixing was an alchemy king, so he was the main judge of this round. Because of the age limit, other than Qin Feng, who had refined the royal grade youth beauty pill, the rest of the contestants had refined spirit pills and golden pills. Even Yu Inxue from the Yuin family had only refined a level 6 golden pill. However, this golden core and Yu Inxue's extraordinary performance were enough for her to win. She had thought that she would win, but she had lost so badly. Yu Inxue couldn't help but secretly look at Qin Feng. She was very interested in his identity. An hour later, Bai Yixing stood up with the score list in his hand. The contestants stood in an orderly manner under the judges, waiting nervously for the results. Bai Yixing's voice sounded. Contestants, the second round of the Pill Refinery Conference has ended. The rankings are out. Now let me announce. Ranked 1234 in the Pill Refinery Conference. Disciple Zheng Tsai from the 4-star sect, Raging Flame sect. Ranked 1233 in the Pill Refinery Conference. Disciple Ma Xiang from the 4-star clan Ma family. Ranked 12 in the Pill Refinery Conference. Disciple Hao Fei from the 5-star sword sect. Ranked 2 in the Pill Refinery Conference. Disciple Yu Inxue from the number 1 clan in the northern Sand Continent, Yuin family. Ranked 1 in the Pill Refinery Conference. Cultivator Qiao Feng from the Kingdom of Spirit. Qin Feng was too dazzling, completely overshadowing all the other cultivators. When his name appeared, the cultivators below the stage exclaimed, I've said it before, this round of the alchemy meet will definitely be won by Senior Qiao Feng. Senior Qiao Feng's youth beauty pill is really amazing. I wonder if he can sell me one. Where is the Kingdom of Spirit? How come I've never heard of it? Young Hero Qin, it's indeed the young Hero Qin who made the Spirit Surge pill appear. Big Brother has such an honorable status, but he doesn't mind becoming sworn brothers with me. This is what a true brother should be like. Looking at the high-spirited Qin Feng on the stage, Zhang Bei was extremely excited. He was not worried about the great elder's objection at all. He believed that when the North Kuan sect found out about Big Brother Qin's identity, even the sect leader would have to personally curry favor with him. After the rankings were announced, Qin Fen, who had won 2 matches, firmly occupied the top spot. From that moment onwards, despair rose in the hearts of the other participating cultivators. Even Yu Inxue and some of the genius disciples from five-star sects lost their confidence. Haha. Fellow cultivators, I would like to digress. Jiang Fian suddenly stood up with a joyful expression. In this pill concoction conference, cultivator Qiao Feng refined a cauldron of nascent beauty pills, and these nascent beauty pills are rank 1, rank 7 king pills. It can be seen that young Hero Qiao has become a pill king at such a young age. Voila! The audience was in an uproar. The contestants on the stage were also shocked. Originally, some cultivators were dissatisfied and thought that the 3 judges had eaten the nascent beauty pills to regain their youth, which was why they gave Qin Fin such a high score. However, when they found out that he was a pill king, everyone's complaints instantly disappeared. The number of pill kings in the North Sand region could be counted on one's fingers, and the only pill king who was below 50 years old was Qin Fin, who had become famous not long ago. Who would have thought that there would be a pill king in his early 30s? This kind of cultivator was worthy of being called a true genius. Jiang Fian continued, the other 2 judges and I have personally experienced the effects of the nascent beauty pill. This kind of pill has a miraculous effect in beautifying one's appearance and has the miraculous effect of regaining one's youth. From what I know, the nascent beauty pill has never appeared in the entire North Sand region. It seems that young Hero Qiao has brought a vanished pill back into the world. The significance of this matter is the same as the appearance of the Spirit Surge pill not long ago. The shocking news came one after another, and the crowd instantly became silent. Qiao Feng becoming a pill king at such a young age was enough to shake the entire North Sand region, and since he had also created a new type of pill in the North Sand region, this matter would most likely be recorded in the history of the North Sand region. 100 Leaf Star and Su Peng looked at Jiang Fian curiously. City Lord Jiang's current actions were a little strange. From their understanding of Jiang Fian, because of his extraordinary status, he had a sense of arrogance in his bones. He usually didn't put other forces in his eyes, and he couldn't even be bothered with the sect leader of a 5-star sect. Who would have thought that he would praise a junior so much? However, the 2 of them quickly understood, because they felt an enormous aura surging in the surroundings. This was undoubtedly the aura of Taoist Barefoot. It seemed that the reclusive immortal reverend really hadn't left, and everything that Jiang Fian had done was just for Taoist Barefoot to see. Previously, many cultivators had doubted the fairness of Qin Fin's victory, but now they only felt that Qin Fin was a monster. At such a young age, he was actually able to create a king pill that even the North Sand region didn't have. He was definitely going to surpass Qin Fin. I don't mean anything by saying so much. I just have the same thoughts as Taoist Barefoot. We are all cultivators of the North Sand region, so we should work hard to learn from each other and strive to produce more genius cultivators like Qin Fin and Qiao Feng. If that's the case, may I ask the cultivators of the other 3 continents still have the confidence to look down on us? Jiang Fian said. 100 Leaves Star and Su Peng smiled bitterly. Indeed, City Lord Jiang was flattering Taoist Barefoot. It was just that although Taoist Barefoot's aura was still there, it hadn't appeared. Jiang Fian also knew when to stop. After saying a few more words, he returned to the competition. There were a total of 3 segments in the Genius Assembly held by the Binji City Market. Now that the martial arts competition and the pill refining competition had ended, there was only the array design competition left. Speaking of arrays, there were very few sects in the North Sand region that specialized in arrays. This caused array masters to be extremely rare, and they were even more precious than alchemists. It was also because of this that the difficulty of the array gathering in the Binji City Market wasn't high. This was because if the participants were to be asked to set up a level 3 or 4 array, not many people would be able to do it. Participating cultivators, I will now announce the examination questions for the array gathering. At the judging panel, Seven Stars Monastery's Grand Elder Supung stood up. Considering that there are very few sects that specialize in arrays in the North Sand region, and that there are very few array masters, the examination questions for this array gathering will mainly be about knowledge. It will mainly test everyone's theoretical understanding of arrays, so there's no need for everyone to set up arrays. With these words, most of the cultivators on the competition stage heaved a sigh of relief. One must know that those who could cultivate martial arts and alchemy at the same time were already considered geniuses. To ask them to learn how to set up arrays? This kind of operation was really difficult. However, an extremely arrogant voice sounded out. TSK, what's there to test about theoretical knowledge? I really don't know what the Binji city market is thinking. Arrays should be tested on practical use. What's the point of just talking on paper? These words were too abrupt. Many people looked over. After recognizing the appearance of the person who spoke, everyone understood. So it's a disciple of the North Sand region's only 5-star array sect, the Seven Stars Monastery. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's said that the most powerful 5-star array master in the North Sand region is from the Seven Stars Monastery. If the array gathering really involves setting up arrays on the spot, then the Seven Stars Monastery's disciple will definitely win. No wonder that guy complained. The crowd discussed fervently. In the end, many people revealed expressions of schadenfreude. As the Seven Stars Monastery's Grand Elder, Supung naturally hoped to set up arrays on the spot. However, the rules for the 3 rounds of the Genius Conference were proposed by the people from the Binji city market. He was only invited to be a judge. Seeing that everyone was rejoicing in his misfortune, Su Chi was filled with anger. His performance in the previous 2 rounds was average. His total score was at most in the top 100. Moreover, this round wasn't about setting up arrays. As such, he couldn't fully display his strong points. Even if he could pull away from the other cultivators, it wouldn't be by too much. Su Chi's mind raced as he thought of a better way. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Since he had no hope of squeezing into the North Sand region's top 10 geniuses, he might as well make use of this opportunity to make a name for himself. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. Since he wanted to make a name for himself, he had to use Qin Feng, who was currently in the limelight, as a stepping stone. This kind of competition rules are really boring. Qiao Feng, do you dare to set a separate competition rules with me? Su Chi suddenly shouted. The crowd was stunned. They looked at Su Chi as if they were looking at an idiot. Qiao Feng was now in the limelight. However, everyone quickly understood that setting up arrays was the strong point of the Seven Stars Monastery's disciples. Moreover, Su Chi was a genius disciple of the Seven Stars Monastery. It was rumored that he had already become a level 3 array master. In the entire North Sand region, there were very few cultivators who could become a level 3 array master before the age of 50. After guessing Su Chi's thoughts, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's performance in the previous 2 rounds was extremely outstanding, not many people were optimistic about him. This Seven Stars Monastery's Su Chi is really sinister. He's using his strong point to compete with Senior Qiao Feng. How shameful. This move is really powerful. If Senior Qiao Feng doesn't agree, he will be slapped in the face. If he agrees, he will be slapped in the face even more after he loses. I think Qiao Feng will definitely lose. No matter how good he is in martial arts and alchemy, he won't be a match for the Seven Stars Monastery's genius disciple in setting up arrays. Su Chi's suggestion caused a heated discussion among the crowd. Some people felt indignant for Qin Feng, while others were gloating. The Sword Faction's eldest disciple, Hao Fei and Yu Inxue, were the ones who were secretly gloating. Qin Feng's previous performance had been spectacular and had stolen their limelight. They couldn't wait to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Qin Feng didn't expect that Su Chi would suddenly ask him to compete with him, but he soon understood this guy's intention. He was amused. Does he want to use me as a stepping stone? But he must have the strength to do that. Since I dare to say this in public, I'm not joking. But you, boy, do you dare or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Su Qi's performance was extremely arrogant. He thought Qin Feng would be too scared to say anything. Since Qin Feng had spoken, he felt his plan had mostly succeeded. Okay, I'll compete with you, but there must be something at stake. Otherwise, I won't be interested. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. He didn't have a good impression of the Seven Stars Monastery. When he found the mystery land on the Fallen God Island, the Seven Stars Monastery's junior elder, Su-in, even joined hands with the Red Flower Hall's elder to harm him. Later, he killed the Seven Stars Monastery's first elder, Su-mo-yen, in mythical Fire City. Chapter 1791. Qin Feng's answer surprised everyone and caused another uproar. Senior Qiao Feng has agreed? He doesn't look like a person without any shrewdness. I think he has won 2 matches in a row, so his confidence is inflated. He doesn't even know his surname now. Maybe Senior Qiao Feng is also a formation master. Let's wait and see him slap the face of the Seven Stars Monastery's disciple. Martial Tao and alchemy are easy to deal with. As long as one diligently studies and cultivates, there will be obvious results. However, Array Tao is not something that can be achieved with just hard work. If one does not have an outstanding master to guide them, or if one does not have an orthodox Array Tao inheritance, it will be impossible to have any achievements. Most of the discussions were not optimistic about Qin Feng. As many cultivators had said, formations needed orthodox inheritance. If he only blindly studied them, he would not have any achievements in his lifetime. Qin Feng did not care about what everyone thought. His gaze fell on Su Qi, waiting for his reply. "Haha. Okay, what do you want?" Su Qi was full of smiles. He was still wondering if Qin Feng's brain was damaged. Was he digging a trap for himself? "How about this? Whoever loses the competition will take out a treasure," Qin Feng said indifferently. The cultivators below the stage exclaimed. They also thought Qin Feng was damaged. He was thinking that he had not been slapped hard enough. Su Qi laughed wildly. "Haha, I have my eyes on the spiritual sword you used in the first martial arts competition. It is the one you used to deal with Wu Jin." A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The Zhen Yi sword was the sword he was most familiar with, especially after it fused with the dazzling soul-devouring snake's soul-devouring eye. It had an invincible divine sense attack effect. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Sure, that's a treasure sword of the true artifact level. What treasure can you take out?" Although Jiang Fian and the other judges had already seen that Qin Feng's sword was a true artifact, they were still amazed when they heard it from his mouth. The 4 of them had already stepped into the true spirit realm and had high status. However, the best sword they had was only a low-grade or middle-grade true artifact. As for the cultivators below the stage and on the stage, they were even more envious. They never thought that a cultivator who was less than 30 years old would have a true artifact sword. This Qiao Feng was a little too rich. Just what kind of sect was the Spirit's Kingdom he came from? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Su Qi's eyes lit up when he learned that it was a real treasure sword. "I have 3 5th-grade teleportation formation discs. I'll use them as a wager." Qin Feng was shocked. He never thought that a mere genius disciple of the Seven Stars Monastery would have 3 rank 5 teleportation array discs. He could not help but think of the one and only rank 5 spiritual array master in the northern Sand Continent. Although he did not know which sect that person was from, Qin Feng could guess that he was definitely from the Seven Stars Monastery. Seeing Su Qi's expression, Qin Feng guessed that Su Qi had more than 3 level 5 teleportation formation discs. Do you think that 3 rank 5 teleportation formation discs can be compared to a true treasure sword? Qin Feng pretended to be uninterested. In reality, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce was developing rapidly, and he was lacking high-grade teleportation formations. Su Chi's complexion turned slightly cold. He was very clear about the value of a true treasure sword. Naturally, 3 rank 5 teleportation array discs couldn't compare to it. Originally, he wanted to bluff Qin Feng, but he found out that Qin Feng was not stupid at all. 5 rank 5 teleportation formation discs, a destructive darkness saber, and 1,000,000 spirit stones. This should be enough, right? Su Chi had gone all out this time. The crowd cried out in surprise. They realized that Qin Feng and Su Chi were really playing big. Qin Feng did not expect Su Chi to be so rich. He was just testing him. If Su Chi did not increase the price, Qin Feng would also compete with him. Very soon, Qin Feng understood. Su Chi was a formation master, and formation masters were extremely rare in the northern sand continent. Their status was even higher than that of alchemists. There were many cultivators who fawned on Su Chi. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had gotten some wealth. Qin Feng did not care about the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Instead, he needed the 5 rank 5 teleportation formation discs and the destructive darkness saber. The teleportation formation could be used to develop the teleportation point of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. The reason why he had participated in the genius competition this time was that he had his eyes on the refining materials for the first prize. Black gravel steel and star tempest sand were the main materials for refining shackles. Refining shackles required a weapon as a foundation. Qin Feng had originally planned to use the golden phoenix to forge shackles. Now he was considering using Su Chi's destructive darkness saber. Sure. Qin Feng agreed with a calm voice. Clamors came from both inside and outside the venue. A mischievous smile flashed in Su Chi's eyes. It was as if Qin Feng's Jun Yi sword was already his. Both parties had agreed on the wager, and the competition was about to begin. Qin Feng threw a long sword on the stone table at the judges' table and said, "To avoid trouble, we will leave the wager here with the 4 judges for safekeeping. The 4 judges will also be the notary for our competition." Su Chi's expression turned ugly. He did not think that he would lose. However, to prevent Qin Feng from suddenly changing his mind and rejecting the competition, he still left the wager on the stone table. 5 level 5 teleportation formation discs, a destructive darkness saber, and a pile of spirit stones. Just looking at them made people want to pounce on them and snatch them. Qin Feng glanced at the long sword. It was simple, domineering, and dark. It gave people a mysterious feeling, which suited him very well. "Can we start now?" Su Chi stared at Qin Feng coldly. "I can start at any time, but I haven't told you the rules of the competition. How do you want to compete?" Qin Feng was calm. He was confident that he could defeat Su Chi. Su Chi had the same thought. He said arrogantly, "It's very simple. In a while, the other participating cultivators will test their theories, and we will test their practice. They will recognize the formation, and we will set up the formation." Sure. Qin Feng had no objection. After the 2 of them finished talking, Su Peng announced the start of the formation meeting. It was obvious that he had a selfish motive. He wanted Su Chi to show off in this competition. The last formation meeting of the genius competition officially began. However, it was different from the previous formation meeting. This time, people did not pay attention to the formation meeting itself, but the fight between Qin Feng and Su Chi. Swish! Su Peng personally presided over the formation meeting. He waved his hand, and a few weak walls appeared on the square. This is the first question of the formation meeting. Cultivators, please observe the formation and write the name and function of the formation on the jade card. Every cultivator was given a jade card, which was a special jade card of Binji City. As long as the cultivator wrote something on it, the 4 judges would be able to see it. Qin Feng simply glanced at the square and recognized that it was a level 2 ghost formation. This ghost formation was actually a kind of trapping formation, similar to the ghost labyrinth formation on Earth. It could disturb the consciousness of the cultivator by changing the magnetic field, creating some illusions and trapping the cultivator in the formation. Such a simple question. Binji City is really boring. Suchi sneered and began to act. His hands moved quickly to form a formation, and he started to set up the formation. A mere level 2 formation was child's play for Qin Feng and Suchi. However, half of the participating cultivators on the square looked confused. Obviously, they did not recognize this ghost formation. What kind of formation is this? It's going round and round, and it's confusing everyone. The cultivators below the stage were already discussing fervently. Su Chi has already started to set up the formation. It seems that the Seven Stars Temple's reputation is not just for show. If I'm not wrong, this is a level 2 ghost formation. Su Chi is rumored to be a level 3 formation master. This kind of small formation is naturally not a problem for him. Why hasn't Senior Chao Feng moved yet? Don't tell me he can't even refine a level 2 formation? The cultivators below the stage focused their attention on Qin Feng and Su Chi. As for the other participating cultivators, they had long been forgotten. After Su Chi recognized the ghost formation, he started to refine the formation. His movements were smooth, and one could tell that he was a formation expert. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his formation had already taken shape, and it was exactly the same as the ghost formation on the square. Su Chi's formation is out. It's so fast. The Seven Stars Temple is worthy of being the only 5-star formation sect in the northern Sand Continent. I really want to join the Seven Stars Temple to learn formation, but their requirements for recruiting disciples are too strict. Senior Chao Feng still hasn't moved. I'm afraid he's going to lose this round. The discussion gradually shifted towards Su Chi. Just watching the process of him arranging the array formation was already a kind of enjoyment. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Su Chi shouted loudly and threw out several array flags and spirit stones. The array flags that seemed to have been thrown out casually formed an array diagram. Stimulated by the spirit stones, the diagram flickered with a faint radiance. This kind of small formation is really simple. Chao Feng, my formation is done. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Su Chi's face was full of pride, especially when he saw that Qin Feng didn't move. He was completely relieved. However, Qin Feng sat cross-legged and ignored Su Chi's words. He minded his own business and refined some formation flags and spirit stones, but there was no sign of him setting up a formation. This made everyone confused. At this time, the other participants had submitted their answers. Jiang Fian and the other 2 judges were giving their scores. Su Peng opened the second formation. The formation assembly will display a total of 3 formations. This is the second formation, and the content of the assessment is the same. Please write down the name and function of the formation. After he finished speaking, Su Peng looked at Qin Feng and Su Chi. He immediately felt much more at ease. He felt that he was thinking too much. Even if Qin Feng was a genius, it was impossible for him to be proficient in martial arts, alchemy, and formation at the same time after the second formation appeared. Qin Feng also recognized it at a glance. This was a level 3 killing formation. Since he was setting up level 4 killing formations, a level 3 killing formation was a piece of cake for him. Su Chi frowned. He had just become a level 3 formation master not long ago, and a level 3 killing formation was one of the more profound and difficult to refine among the level 3 formations. However, when he thought of Qin Feng, who couldn't even refine a level 2 ghost strike formation, a playful expression immediately appeared on Su Chi's face. Chapter 1792. What is this formation? It feels more profound than the previous one. This should be a level 3 formation, but I don't know what kind of formation it is. Look, Su Chi has started to arrange the formation. Senior Chao Feng is still refining formation flags. I don't know if he is pretending or not. The cultivators in the audience were paying attention to Qin Fun and Su Qi's situation. When the first formation appeared, some people thought that Qin Fun was holding back his strength. However, when the level 3 killing formation appeared, Qin Fun still did nothing, which made many people suspicious. The level 3 killing formation was a formation that was more difficult to refine. Su Qi had no time to pay attention to Qin Fun. He was concentrating on refining formation flags. After an hour, a loud shout came from Su Qi's side. He clapped his hands, and dozens of array flags and hundreds of spirit stones scattered in front of him, forming a profound array diagram. It's done. Senior Su Qi's formation is finished. Although I don't know what kind of formation it is definitely a level 3 formation. It seems that Senior Su Qi is indeed a level 3 formation master. Alas, Xiao Feng has made no progress. It seems that he will lose this round. That true weapon treasure sword will belong to Senior Su Qi. In terms of reality, the cultivators in the Divine Continent were 100 times more realistic than the people on Earth. Previously, when Qin Fun was in the limelight, everyone stood on his side and spoke. Now that Su Qi had the upper hand, many cultivators had begun to flatter him and even addressed him as senior. The level 3 killing formation was completed. Although there were some small loopholes, it was at least a success. This made Su Qi very proud. This was his extraordinary performance. After perfecting the killing array, Su Qi had already stood up. He had guessed that the third array formation would definitely be a level 4 grade array. With his strength, he would not be able to refine it. However, he was not worried at all. He had already displayed the attitude of a winner. Haha, Xiao Feng, how long are you going to pretend? I advise you not to waste your time and energy. Just admit defeat. Su Qi laughed complacently, but Qin Feng ignored him and continued to refine the formation flags as if there was no one else around. At that moment, he had already refined hundreds of formation flags and countless spirit stones that had been engraved into formation seals. In fact, according to Qin Fen's plan, he did not take Su Qi seriously at all. He did not care about this battle. He simply took advantage of his free time to refine more formation flags and spirit stones in preparation for setting up formations in the future. However, no one could guess Qin Fen's thoughts. Otherwise, they would be scared to death by his thoughts. Su Qi was a formation genius of the Seven Stars Monastery, but in Qin Fen's eyes, he didn't even have the qualifications to compete with him. The participating cultivators on the square had already finished answering their questions, but from their disappointed expressions, only a few of them recognized the grade 3 killing array. Su Peng's mind was no longer on the other participating cultivators. He immediately activated the last array formation, wanting to end this array formation meeting as soon as possible so that 7th Su's disciple could become famous. Buzz! A strange energy fluctuation rippled across the square. It was much more powerful than the previous 2 spirit arrays. 4 sky barriers flickered with a pale yellow light, enveloping more than half of the square. Holy shit! What kind of spirit array is this? I can feel a huge pressure from hundreds of meters away. Why have my movements become so slow? This spirit array is most likely related to the trapping array. Grade 4 spirit array. This is definitely a grade 4 spirit array. I believe that none of the participating cultivators can set it up, and even 7th Su can't refine it. As soon as the new spirit array appeared, it caused a sensation among the crowd. The participating cultivators on the square were dumbfounded. They could not understand the knack of this spirit array at all. 7th Su recognized this spirit array, but a solemn look flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed that the last spirit array was a grade 4 grade array, and it seemed that it was true. Grade 4 trapping array. Qin Fen was also examining the new spirit array. Soon, he recited the name of the spirit array in his mind. However, his expression changed, and he looked at the spirit array again. He muttered to himself, "This is not a grade 4 trapping array, but a grade 4 concealing array. After the concealing array is activated, it will conceal itself and only reveal the grade 4 trapping array to confuse people." After figuring out the mystery of the spirit array in front of him, Qin Feng was amused. In fact, grade 4 concealing arrays were used to conceal the existence of trapping arrays and killing arrays. However, this concealing array hid itself and revealed the killing array, which completely contradicted the purpose of the concealing array. Qin Feng knew that the Binji market had done this for the competition, which made this spirit array look somewhat nondescript. Since Senior 7th, Su has stopped, it seems that he can't refine the spirit array. Chao Feng is still refining the array flags. His acting is really tiring. The result of the spirit array meeting is already very obvious. Senior 7th, Su has won this round. But the overall ranking of this genius assembly is still uncertain. Maybe Senior Chao Feng can still squeeze into the top 10 genius cultivators. The crowd's discussion never stopped. When Su Qi heard all the favorable voices fall on him, his face was full of complacency. The answering speed of this round was extremely fast, because the participating cultivators basically couldn't recognize the grade 4 spirit array. Many cultivators handed in blank papers. After the answering process was over, Su Qi didn't forget to stand up and show off. "Fellow cultivators, although I can't refine the spirit array, I know it's a grade 4 trapping array. This spirit array meeting is over, and I believe everyone can see that I've already won against Xiao Feng." No one objected to Su Qi's words. However, Su Peng's expression changed slightly. He knew that the third spirit array was not only a trapping array, but also a grade 4 concealing array. However, as a disciple of the Seven Stars Monastery, Su Qi wouldn't publicly undermine him. Moreover, apart from him and the other 3 judges, no one else would recognize the concealing array. Jiang Fian and the other 2 didn't stand up to speak, and Su Peng also pretended not to know. However, before Su Peng announced the result, Qin Feng, who had been refining the spirit array, shouted, "Array, rise!" The shout was so abrupt that the crowd was startled. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at him. They saw him wave his hand, and hundreds of spirit stones and hundreds of formation flags at his feet flew everywhere. The formation flags were in a mess, and laymen couldn't tell what was going on. However, Su Peng's old eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this be?" He actually set up 4 spirit arrays at the same time. Setting up 4 spirit arrays at the same time? Everyone didn't understand what Su Peng meant, but they saw a shocking scene. Not long after the formation flags fell to the ground, they connected with each other and formed countless rays of light. The spirit stones emitted a faint light, and 4 chi barriers rose to the sky. The spirit array is completed? What kind of spirit array is this? It looks very similar to the 3rd spirit array that Elder Su Peng activated. Oh my God! Since Senior Xiao Feng refined the 3rd spirit array, isn't it a grade 4 spirit array? I feel that it's not as simple as the 3rd spirit array. There are also small spirit arrays in this big spirit array. The square was in an uproar. Qin Feng had brought too many surprises to everyone today. However, most of these cultivators were laymen and knew nothing about spirit arrays. They could only make some guesses. However, the 4 judges on the judging panel all stood up with shocked expressions. They looked at the spirit array that Qin Feng had set up in the square in disbelief. Junior brother Su Peng, if I'm not wrong, Xiao Feng has set up the Ghost Strike array, grade 3 killing array, and grade 4 trapping array? Bai Yixing's voice trembled. Jiang Fian added, not only these 3 spirit arrays, but also a grade 4 concealing array. It turned out that even Bai Yixing didn't see the existence of the concealing array. The shock in his eyes became even more intense. As for Wu Xan, he was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. Previously, he wanted to kill Qin Feng, but now that he had seen Qin Feng's abilities in all aspects, An inexplicable pressure rose in his heart. City Lord Jiang is right. Qiao Feng has set up 4 spirit arrays at once, and he even set them up in a concealing array. His technique is so exquisite that even I can't do it. Since things had come to this, Su Peng couldn't hide it anymore. He knew that Taoist Barefooted was still nearby, and if he angered that old monster, he wouldn't even know how he died. Su Peng's voice wasn't loud, but all the cultivators in the plaza heard it. The originally noisy environment suddenly quietened down to the point that even a pin drop could be heard. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Qin Fen, wanting to cut open his head to see how he was different from everyone else. How could this guy be so outstanding in martial arts, alchemy, and spirit arrays? This kind of person deserved to be called a true genius. Compared to the previous Northern Sand Region's #1 genius, Lu Sfang, who was compared to Qin Fen, his brilliance instantly dimmed. After a long time, the crowd gradually came to their senses, and the surging sound waves almost exploded the sky. Did I hear wrongly? Elder Su Peng said that Senior Qiao Feng has set up 4 spirit arrays at the same time? In other words, Senior Qiao Feng has won this round? It said that the 3rd spirit array is a grade 4 concealing array and a grade 4 trapping array. Since young hero Qiao Feng can even set up a grade 4 spirit array, he is at least at the level of a grade 4 spirit array grandmaster. No wonder Senior Qiao Feng dared to compete with Su Qi. He didn't take Su Qi seriously from the beginning. At this moment, the crowd finally came to a realization. Initially, they thought Su Qi had tricked Qin Fen, but they realized that they had fallen into Qin Fen's trap from the beginning. Zhang Kuku shouted excitedly and told everyone she saw that Qin Fen was her man. Xiao Li cried tears of joy. She realized that her master was really amazing. No matter where he was still as dazzling as ever. Zhang Bei, it's a wise decision for you to become sworn brothers with young hero Qiao Feng. I was too stubborn earlier. You should interact more with young hero Qiao Feng in the future. The great elder of the North Kuan sect took the initiative to apologize to Zhang Bei. This scene frightened Zhang Bei. However, he soon realized that even if Big Brother Qin didn't use his original identity, he could still use his strength to make his name known in the Northern Sand region. The entire plaza was chanting Qiao Feng's name. From this moment onwards, Qiao Feng became a celebrity in the Northern Sand region. Even Qin Fen didn't expect this to happen. He was only here to try his luck and obtain the first prize of the Genius Conference. Chapter 1793. The overall rankings of the Genius competition had been tabulated. Only the top 100 geniuses of the Northern Sand continent had been counted. Unsurprisingly, Qin Fen had obtained the title of the Northern Sand continent's #1 genius, and his reputation had skyrocketed. After Su Qi lost the competition, he disappeared without a trace. It was likely that he couldn't afford to lose face, so he went into hiding. Qin Fen easily won 5 level 5 teleportation formation discs and a treasured saber of the destructive darkness equipment. As for the 1,000,000 spirit stones, he didn't care about it. After storing the formation plate and the treasured saber into his star ring, Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and didn't check the darkness saber directly. Jiang Fian immediately gave him a jade token with the words #1 genius of the Northern Sand region engraved on it. Under Qin Fen's glory, the other participants seemed insignificant. Even Yu Inxue, who had obtained 2nd place, had long been forgotten. 100 Leaf Star and Su Peng were trying to get closer to Qin Fen. Su Peng did not know that Qin Fen had killed 2 elders of the 7th Star Monastery. Otherwise, who knew how he would react? Wu Xan, on the other hand, stood to the side with a cold face from beginning to end. There was an indescribable, sullen feeling in his heart. Actually, when he saw Jiang Fian and the others finish eating the youthful countenance pill, he really wanted to ask Qin Feng for one. But how could he put down his old face? Moreover, even if he really asked, Qin Feng might not give it to him. Young hero Chiao, my father is looking for you. Would you come with me? Yun Chan walked over. The birthmark on her face had completely disappeared. She was no longer wearing a veil and looked like a young girl in her 20s. Jiang Fian had wanted to ask Qin Fun about the spirit immortal kingdom, but with Yun Chan here, he could not bring it up. Qin Fun could naturally guess what Jiang Fian was thinking. Not only did he know that Jiang Fian wanted to ask him to stay, but 100 Leaf Star and Su Peng also wanted to find him. After all, he had displayed a shocking performance in the genius competition. Whether it was alchemy or formations, he was extraordinary. However, no one had heard of his identity, which was very strange. Just as Qin Fun was thinking about how to escape, Yun Chan came to invite him. He did not think too much and agreed. Next, it was time to receive the rewards. When he received the black gravel steel and star-wind sand, Qin Fun wanted to immediately try to create a true treasure imprisonment. However, he endured it. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Sect leader Yin, I have 2 companions with me. I wonder if I can go with you? Yun Chan and Xiao Li had already left the platform and were walking towards Zhang, Kuku, and Xiao Li. Qin Feng thought that if Yun Chan did not allow him to bring the others with him, he would not go. Of course. Yun Chan smiled. Perhaps it was because Qin Feng's youthful beauty pill had removed her birthmark, but she was very friendly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked over to Zhang Kuku and Yun Chan's side and introduced them to each other. After that, the 4 of them left. Many cultivators wanted to follow Qin Feng and befriend him, but when they thought about Yun Chan's powerful background, they stopped in their tracks. Along the way, the cultivators were talking about the Genius Conference and Xiaofeng. Zhang Kuku was very excited, but Qin Fun was having a headache. He didn't expect that he would become famous again, and this time the Spirit Immortal Kingdom would become famous as well. This was not in line with his original intention of building a base in the Spirit Immortal Kingdom. However, at this point, Qin Fun knew that it was useless to say anything. Fortunately, his master Long Qianjun had already stepped into the Nihility God realm. Even if someone found their way to the Spirit Immortal Kingdom, they would not dare to do anything. After walking for 2 hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the Binji market. The spiritual energy in this area was getting denser and denser. Just a breath of it was enough to make one feel refreshed. Sect leader Yin, where are we? Qin Fun looked at a magnificent city building a few 100 meters away. This is the Misty Cloud sect, my territory. My father is in there, Yun Chan explained. Qin Fun did not know who Yun Chan's father was before. Later on, he heard other cultivators talking about him. He was very interested in the secluded immortal reverend. Before he broke through the 3 changes of Buddha aura and triggered the 9 changes True Thunder, he had never heard of the term secluded immortal reverend. Sect leader Yin, pardon me for asking, but how many secluded immortal reverends are there in the North Sand continent? What kind of people are they? Yun Chan smiled and looked at Qin Fun. If someone else asked her about such a secret, she would definitely be reprimanded. However, she had a special relationship with Qin Fun. Perhaps it was because Qin Fun had cured the trouble of her birthmark that had troubled her for more than 30 years. Even if Qin Fun asked about such a secret, she would still know everything. There is a group of hidden cultivators in all 4 continents of the divine supreme continent. They are known as the secluded immortal reverends. They do not belong to any sects or forces and only pursue cultivation, because they spend most of their time in closed-door cultivation. Very few people remember their names. However, this small group of people truly represents the top cultivation level of each continent. My father is one of them. Qin Fun understood a little and immediately asked a new question. If that's the case, the rumor of the North Sand continent's #1 martial cultivator isn't true? It said that the #1 martial cultivator in the divine supreme continent is the void god king of the East Field continent. Is that also fake? Yun Chan smiled and said, how should I put it? It's both true and false. Actually, those rumors are not groundless. Perhaps the Void God King was the #1 martial cultivator in the Divine Supreme continent back then. However, the Divine Supreme continent is filled with powerful cultivators, and the situation is constantly changing. It's hard to say who the #1 martial cultivator is now. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. The North Sand Continent's highest cultivation realm that you've heard about is definitely not true. This is because very few people know about the secluded immortal reverence. In the North Sand Continent, it's said that the Void God realm is the highest cultivation realm. However, is there a true God realm godly venerable? I can't guarantee this. Qin Fen was shocked. There was a true God realm godly venerable in the North Sand Continent? How powerful would such a powerful being be? Would he be able to shake the earth with a wave of his hand and swallow the clouds and moon with a breath? Young Hero Chow, we're here. I'll arrange for your 2 friends to rest. You can go in by yourself. Unknowingly, they arrived at the door of a house. Yun Chan had already left with Zhang Kuku and Shaoli. She had no intention of entering the house. Qin Fen pushed the door open and entered the house. He was not afraid that Yun Chan would harm him, because sect leader Yun had already stepped into the middle stage of the true spirit realm. If she wanted to kill him, she would have done it on the way here. Junior Qiao Feng greets Senior Barefoot, Enlightened Master. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a white-haired elder standing in the main hall. The elder's body seemed to be shrouded in light and mist, giving off a hazy feeling. Qin Fen immediately guessed that this was just a clone of Barefoot, Enlightened Master. However, even with a clone here, the strong and ferocious aura made him feel pressured. He couldn't help but imagine how much pressure he would feel if he stood in front of the Void God realm, godly venerable. Hee, young Hero Qin, you don't have to be so courteous. Have a seat. Barefoot, Enlightened Master laughed. Qin Fen sat down nearby. As soon as he sat down, he jumped up. Senior Barefoot, Enlightened Master, what did you just say? Did you get the wrong person? Haha, there are only 2 of us in this house, and I've set up a soundproof formation. You don't have to disguise yourself anymore. You must be Qin Fen, the one who made the Spirit Surge pill appear. Qin Fen was stunned and didn't know whether he should admit it or not. This was the first time he met Barefoot, Enlightened Master, and he couldn't figure out what this old guy was thinking. Could it be that he wanted the Spirit Surge pill's recipe? Don't let your imagination run wild. If I really wanted to harm you, you would have died hundreds of times since you entered the Misty Cloud sect and walked to this house. Barefoot, Enlightened Master's words were full of arrogance, but Qin Fen didn't have any other thoughts. He knew that Barefoot, Enlightened Master was telling the truth. Once Barefoot, Enlightened Master made a move, Qin Fen wouldn't even have the chance to hide in the astral world. Senior, what advice do you have for me? Qin Fen simply admitted, I don't dare to give advice. Not long ago, you made the Spirit Surge pill appear, and today, you refined the Soul Beauty pill. You are a rare genius in alchemy, and you are also very talented in martial arts. You are also proficient in formations. If you are allowed to develop for a few decades, your achievements will definitely be above this old man's. Barefoot, Enlightened Master was generous with his compliments, but Qin Fen didn't dare to relax. He didn't believe that this secluded immortal venerable came looking for him just to say good things. Sure enough, halfway through, Barefoot, Enlightened Master changed the topic and said in a serious tone, A few days ago, there was a great change in the sky above the Jiangbei area. Do you know about this? Qin Fen's heart tightened. Junior doesn't know. Barefoot, Enlightened Master looked at him suspiciously and said, You really don't know? Isn't that the sure kill thunder tribulation you triggered? Qin Fen's palms began to sweat. He finally realized why Barefoot, Enlightened Master had come looking for him. It was most likely because of the 9 changes real thunder, and a cultivator who could trigger a sure kill thunder tribulation, naturally had a supreme cultivation method. This old man most likely wanted to snatch the fortune of heaven and earth art. Don't let your imagination run wild. I already said that if I had any evil intentions towards you, you would have died countless times already. I can kill you first, then break the seal on your storage ring and get your cultivation method and treasure. Why should I waste my breath on you here? Seeing that Qin Fin didn't answer, Barefoot Enlightened Master spoke again. Qin Fin was completely confused. He didn't know what this old man wanted to do. Junior is slow-witted. Senior, if you have something to say, please say it. You don't need to be nervous. I came looking for you because I want to ask you clearly. Did you trigger the sure-kill thunder tribulation that day? Yes, Junior triggered the 9 changes real thunder. Qin Fin also threw caution to the wind. Anyway, his life and death were already in the hands of Barefoot Enlightened Master. Although they had already guessed it, hearing it from Qin Fin's own mouth, even Barefoot Enlightened Master's expression changed dramatically. It really was a sure kill thunder tribulation. You triggered the 9 changes real thunder and didn't die. What a miracle! This is really a miracle. Qin Fin's mouth twitched. Why did this old man's words sound so annoying? But thinking of the old man's cultivation, Qin Fin had to pretend that he didn't hear anything. After a while of sighing, Barefoot Enlightened Master returned to normal. Qin Fin, do you know that the divine continent has encountered a great calamity that only appears once in 1,000 years? Before each calamity, a powerful venerable descends to this world. This time, the powerful venerable descends to this world is you. These words came so suddenly that Qin Fin was dumbfounded. He even thought of the kung fu that Stephen Chow made on Earth. At this time, Barefoot Enlightened Master was like the old faker who sold Stephen Chow the Buddha's palm. Why did it feel so fake? Chapter 1794. A once-in-1,000 years catastrophe? Senior Barefoot Enlightened Being, could you elaborate? Qin Fin was puzzled. In short, the Divine Supreme Continent has a regular pattern. A catastrophe will occur every 1,000 years. At the same time, before the catastrophe, a few peerless ultimate gods will appear to help the Divine Supreme Continent survive the catastrophe. It's been almost 1,000 years since the Beast Clan's catastrophe. Your appearance coincides with the time and timing of the Tribulation Taker. The more Qin Fin listened, the more confused he became, especially when he realized that the Barefoot Enlightened Being was not joking. How did he become the person who was going through the catastrophe? Moreover, it was a once-in-1,000 years catastrophe. As for the Beast Clan's catastrophe, Qin Fin had never heard of it. Senior, what was the Beast Clan's catastrophe like? Also, did you say that there was more than one person going through the catastrophe? Qin Fin asked. The Barefoot Enlightened Being nodded with an extremely serious expression. There was more than one person going through the catastrophe. After all, it's 1,000 years catastrophe and requires the cooperation of several peerless ultimate gods to resolve it. I wasn't born yet when the Beast Clan's catastrophe happened 1,000 years ago. I only heard about it afterward. At that time, the entire Divine Supreme Continent's Beast Clan tried to rebel and massacred the mainland's cultivators in order to rule the Divine Supreme Continent. At that time, the Beast King's cultivation realm was unfathomable. His strength was at the peak of the Divine Supreme Continent. Even the 9-star sects of the Eastfield continent couldn't defeat him. When the entire continent was about to fall, a few ultimate gods suddenly appeared and refined a 9-story beast tower. They imprisoned the Beast King and a group of high-level beasts within it. Only then did the catastrophe end. Qin Fin listened with amazement. He had met a disciple from the 9-star sect of the Eastfield continent, Divine Spirit Mountain in the secret land of the fallen god Sea. Xiaoxing was only the sect's eldest disciple, but he had already stepped into the 4 changes Buddha Aura realm. One could see how strong a 9-star sect was. Moreover, according to rumors, the Void God King had only become famous in the past 500 years. However, he had already become the strongest, ultimate god on the divine, supreme continent and had stepped into the peak empty god realm. Qin Feng was sure that the strongest cultivator 1,000 years ago was many times stronger than the Void God King. It could be seen how powerful the Beast King was. When the Beast King was mentioned, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of his father, Guqin. He was the Beast King on Earth and had passed the title to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng knew that this Beast King was not the real Beast King. His strength was too far away from the divine continent's high-level beasts. Senior Taoist Barefoot, I think you must have mistaken me for someone else. Although I have some talent, my cultivation is only at the 3 changes of Buddha aura. If you want to, you can kill me with just one palm. Transcending the tribulation is a big matter that still needs you immortal venerables who don't enter the secular world to work together to resist. Senior Barefoot Enlightened Being, I think you must have mistaken me for someone else. Although I have some talent, my cultivation is only at the 3 changes Buddha aura realm. If you want to, you can kill me with a single slap. Transcending the tribulation is something that needs to be done by the secluded immortal venerables. We juniors should just support you in our hearts. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he felt the temperature in the room plummet. The Barefoot Enlightened Being angrily rebuked. Junior, how dare you say such ignorant words? If I can transcend the tribulation, I will do it even if I have to die. However, the tribulation must be resisted by the person who transcends the tribulation. You are chosen by the heavenly Tao, so you must shoulder the heavy responsibility. Qin Feng was speechless. He suspected that there was something wrong with the old man's head. However, Qin Feng didn't want to provoke him because of the old man's powerful realm. He didn't want the old man to kill him with a slap. Since Senior has said so, then this junior will definitely contribute to the divine supreme continent, even if it means sacrificing my life. Qin Feng was a man who had won the Golden Deer Award on Earth. Acting was as natural as eating. The chill in the room quickly dissipated. The Barefoot Enlightened Being nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. I knew you were a responsible person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. Since the new tribulation is coming, you must hurry up and find other people who are transcending the tribulation. We will work together to protect the peace and stability of the entire divine supreme continent. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He complained about the old man in his heart, looking for other people. Was he trying to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to fight the big boss? All right, don't worry, Senior. This junior will remember this important matter. If Senior has nothing else to say, then this junior will immediately set off to find other people. Qin Feng didn't want to stay here any longer. He was afraid that he would become crazy. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Although you are a person who is transcending the tribulation, you are the weakest person I have ever seen or heard of. To ensure your survival before the tribulation arrives, I will give you some treasures to escape with your life. These words made Qin Feng very unhappy, but when he heard the last sentence, he decided to endure it. Haha, how embarrassing. What treasures are you going to give me? Qin Feng smiled. This was a treasure given by a Void God Realm Master, so it must not be too bad. The Barefoot Enlightened Being waved his hand, and several rays of light shot towards Qin Feng. His gift-giving technique was extremely fast. Qin Feng thought that if this was the Barefoot Enlightened Being's attack, he would have died on the spot. Several formation plates fell to the ground, along with a few jade bottles and a few talismans, many of which Qin Feng had never seen before. I can see that you are a level 4 formation grandmaster. These 3 level 6 defense formation plates are of little use to me, so I will give them to you. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the formation plates on the ground. He didn't expect these to be 3 level 6 defense formation plates. Not long ago, he had obtained a level 5 entrapment formation plate at the pair auction, which had trapped the True Spirit Realm Red Flower Hall Master by Jean Fei. This level 6 formation plate would probably be useful to late True Spirit Realm and even Void God Realm cultivators. Qin Fen had just put away the 3 level 6 defense formation plates when the Barefoot Enlightened being continued. Although you are an elixir king, I'm afraid you are still unable to refine my bottles of elixirs. There is a bottle of Immortal Buddha elixir, which is the best elixir for late-stage Buddha Light Realm cultivators to break through. It is a level 4 rank 7 king elixir. There is also a bottle of Void Breaking elixir, which is a level 5 rank 7 king elixir. The last bottle is a Void Transformation elixir, which is a level 6 rank 7 king elixir for early-stage Nihility God Realm cultivators. As for the higher grade elixirs, they're useless to you now, and I need them myself. Even Qin Fen, who didn't lack elixirs, was shocked after hearing the introduction of the elixirs. Qin Fen could refine the Immortal Buddha elixir out of these 3 bottles, but he didn't have enough materials, so he couldn't refine it. As for the Void Breaking elixir and Void Transformation elixir, he couldn't refine them as a level 4 rank 7 elixir king. Moreover, Qin Fen discovered that after reaching the elixir king level, it was extremely difficult to break through each small level. The higher the grade of elixir, the higher the requirement for the alchemist's level was. Apart from the arrays and elixirs, there were also 3 talismans. Qin Fen had refined talismans in China, but he had refined the lowest grade fireball talisman. That kind of talisman didn't even have a grade in the divine continent. He knew that the real high-grade talismans here were extremely powerful. For example, on the way to the Red Flower Hall assessment, he had obtained a level 5 fire talisman from the bandit Li Sha. Once that fire talisman was activated, its power could instantly kill a level 4 Saint King Realm cultivator. There was also the Saint King exchange on the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's airship. Du Chun took out a level 6 fire talisman, which could instantly kill a level 9 Saint King Realm powerhouse. Although Saint King Realm powerhouses were like ants to Qin Fen now, one talisman could kill a peak Saint King Realm cultivator, which showed the power of a level 6 fire talisman. A few days ago, Zhang Kuku had used a level 5 earth escape talisman to escape from the witchcraft sect. This small talisman had become a life-saving item. These 3 talismans are extremely precious. One of them is a level 7 fire talisman. The talisman maker can inject a heaven and earth mysterious flame into it, and it can kill a peak Saint King Realm powerhouse. The purple talisman is a level 7 thunder talisman. When the talisman maker made a breakthrough to the True Spirit Realm, he injected the thunder tribulation into the talisman to refine it. It can kill a peak Saint King Realm powerhouse and even severely injure a peak Saint King Realm powerhouse. The last one is a level 7 Earth Escape Talisman. Once it is activated, it can instantly teleport thousands of miles away. Even if it is chased by a Nihility God Realm cultivator, it can also disappear without a trace. These 3 talismans were not simple. Qin Fen's favorite was the level 7 Earth Escape Talisman. He had many enemies now, including some at the Mid-Saint King Realm and Nihility God Realm. This small Earth Escape Talisman could save his life. Although the level 7 Fire Talisman and level 7 Thunder Talisman did not have much effect on Qin Fen, and he could even kill a peak Saint King Realm powerhouse with his trump card, Qin Fen was enlightened after hearing about the origin of these 2 talismans. In fact, back in China, he had already opened the Spiritual Talisman Palace interface of the Hedonist sovereign system. However, he was only an inner Qi cultivator at that time, and the Spiritual Talisman Palace required cultivators at or above the true Qi stage to refine talismans because the energy of the talisman was transformed from true Qi. Now that Qin Fen had stepped into the Buddha Light Realm, he had no restrictions on using the Spiritual Talisman Palace. Moreover, he also had 2 heaven and earth mysterious flames. Every time he made a breakthrough, he would trigger the thunder tribulation. He pondered in his heart that he could also refine the fire talisman and thunder talisman according to the talisman master's method. Arrayed discs, elixirs, and talismans were all magic treasures rarely seen in the divine continent. Taoist Barefoot didn't give any weapons or cultivation methods because he had seen Qin Fun's Zhen-Yi sword, which was already a very high-level weapon. As for cultivation methods, since Qin Fun could trigger the thunder tribulation, he must have cultivated a supreme secret manual. Taoist Barefoot didn't want to make a fool of himself. Not long ago, Qin Fun thought that Taoist Barefoot was sick in the head. He just wanted to get rid of this old man as soon as possible. Now that he had accepted so many treasures from him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I won't stand on ceremony and accept all the items," Qin Fun said politely. Taoist Barefoot rolled his eyes. Those treasures were taken away by Qin Fun as soon as he took them out. How could this kid say such things? However, he didn't care about those treasures. If he could, he would give everything he had to Qin Fun because Qin Fun was the tribulation taker. His fate determined the fate of the entire divine continent. Chapter 1795. You don't have to thank me. It should be me and the cultivators of the entire divine continent thanking you. Because of you tribulation takers, the divine continent can survive. The barefoot enlightened being was sincere. For a moment, Qin Fun felt a little guilty. He realized that the millennium tribulation mentioned by the old man was not a joke, and he was likely to be a tribulation taker. However, Qin Fun had no intention of helping the divine continent. It wasn't that he was timid, but he couldn't even take care of his family and friends. How could he care about other things? Qin Fun didn't want to talk about the tribulation taker anymore. He wanted to return the pills and formation plates to the barefoot enlightened being and pretend that he had never been here or heard about the millennium tribulation. But it all happened as if it was predestined. Qin Fun knew he couldn't do that, or else the barefoot enlightened being would never let him go. "Young hero Qin, please wait. I have a private matter to discuss with you." Qin Fun was stopped at the door. He asked, "Senior, please speak your mind. It's about my daughter's marriage. She was the #1 genius of the Northern Sands continent 2 years ago. Both her appearance and talent are a perfect match for young hero Qin. Do you have any thoughts in that regard?" The barefoot enlightened being looked serious. He was definitely not joking. Qin Fun almost stumbled. Why were there so many people asking him to go on blind dates everywhere? Most importantly, the age gap between him and Yun Chan was too big. If Yun Chan was the #1 genius of the Northern Sands continent 2 years ago, it would have been 10 years ago. So, this woman was at least 30 or 40 years old. In fact, Qin Fun had accepted a 1,000 illusion child in the inner hidden sects of China. However, his relationship with the 1,000 illusion child was rather special. First, they were enemies. Then, in order to punish that woman, Qin Fun pushed her down. But now, the barefoot enlightened being wanted him to marry her. The nature was completely different. "Senior, you should have seen the 2 women I brought with me. They are both my wives. I have no intention of marrying again." Qin Fun couldn't help but think of Su Ru'er. At that time, Elder Su wanted to bring them together. "The fact that you have a wife has nothing to do with what I said. Of course, if you don't like Chan, or you can just say it." Taoist Barefoot felt a little helpless when he said those words. Yun Chan was the #1 genius in the Northern Sands continent 2 years ago. It was because she was too outstanding that she hadn't taken a fancy to a male partner until now. In the end, she was politely rejected by Qin Fun. However, Taoist Barefoot didn't have any temper because Qin Fun was the tribulation taker of the peerless ultimate god. "Senior, you're being too serious. Sect leader Yun is a genius. If you really want to say that I'm not worthy of her, it's just that I've already married many wives and I don't plan to marry any more." Since the conversation had reached this point, Taoist Barefoot didn't try to persuade him any further. The two chatted for a while more before Qin Fin took his leave. Before leaving, Taoist Barefoot said that he would go to the Kingdom of Spirits. Qin Fin expressed his gratitude. He knew what Taoist Barefoot was thinking. Now that the Kingdom of Spirits had become famous in the northern Sands continent, there would be many cultivators looking for it. If Taoist Barefoot showed himself in the Kingdom of Spirits, he would definitely scare off many people with ill intentions. Qin Fun's original goal in this trip to Jiangchuan was to find Beiling's Spirit Mountain. He didn't expect that he would accidentally become the #1 genius in the northern Sands continent. Thinking of this, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. The three of them set off again. To save time, Qin Fun directly drove the flying cloud all towards Beiling's Spirit Mountain. No matter which city or market they went to, he didn't stop. He didn't even land when he passed by Shen Yuanlin's house. The flying cloud all wasn't a flying treasure from the divine continent. It was a high-tech product obtained from the star-saint interface of the Hedonist sovereign system. Qin Fin discovered that the flying cloud all had a positioning and navigation function. As for how it could do this in the divine continent where there was no signal network coverage, Qin Fin couldn't figure it out. This saved Qin Fin a lot of trouble. He directly set his destination on the navigation system. Beiling's Spirit Mountain and the flying cloud all moved on its own. Qin Fin took advantage of his free time to refine confinement in his room. However, he discovered that the refining process of a true weapon was very complicated. After refining for 3 whole days, he only managed to refine the dark-grade saber that he won from Su Qi. Apart from refining weapons, he spent the rest of his time fooling around with Zhang Cuckoo. Qin Fin wanted to seize the time to cultivate and stabilize his realm, but Zhang Cuckoo was too seductive. She only needed to say one sentence, and he couldn't help but pounce on her. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly came from the room next door. Zhang Cuckoo was sitting naked in Qin Fun's arms. She was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Big brother Qin Fun, what happened? Did the flying ship hit something? Zhang Cuckoo had been worried about the flying cloud all being piloted by no one. Qin Fun was very confident in the products of star technology. If the flying cloud all could hit something, he wouldn't mind giving up the hedonist sovereign system. It seems to be coming from Xiao Li's room. I'll go and take a look. Qin Fin was so anxious that he didn't even bother to put on his underwear. He casually put on a white robe and ran out of the room. When he opened the door of the room next door, he saw Xiao Li lying on the bed. The room was filled with dense yin qi and black fog. It was as if he had entered hell. Xiao Li, are you all right? Qin Fin walked to the bed and found Xiao Li's clothes were torn to shreds. Her clothes were barely covering her body. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Master, I failed to break through. Xiao Li looked at Qin Fin. Her eyes were evasive and strange. Qin Fin didn't have time to think. He quickly took out a few healing pills and fed them to Xiao Li. Then he circulated his inner qi to help her recuperate. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Xiao Li's condition had stabilized. Phew! Xiao Li, you're all right now. Huh. The aura in your body is so strong. What realm are you in now? Qin Fin focused all his attention on Xiao Li's injuries and did not pay attention to anything else. Now he discovered that the aura in her body was as strong as a tidal wave. She was at least a Saint King realm cultivator. Qin Fin knew that when Xiao Li came out of the witchcraft sect, she was just a stage 9 minor ghost realm. Later on, she broke through to stage 1 great ghost realm. According to the comparison of the realms of ghost cultivators and orthodox cultivators, stage 1 great ghost realm was only early stage immortal Qi realm. How could Xiao Li have the strong aura of a Saint King realm? Master, I'm now a Ghost King realm stage 1. After Xiao Li recovered her body, there was a blush on her face. Qin Fin was shocked. From Great Ghost Realm to Ghost King realm, there was a gap of an entire realm. there were 9 small realms. Even if Qin Fun had the hedonist sovereign system, all kinds of pills and fortuitous encounters, he could not cross an entire realm in a few days. Master, it should be the effect of the soul-suppressing orb. The soul-suppressing orb has collected millions of Yin souls, and a ghost cultivator needs Yin soul aura to break through. Xiao Li seemed to be able to read Qin Fun's mind and took the initiative to explain. Qin Fun was enlightened, but even so, he was still shocked by Xiao Li's speed of breaking through. Chapter 1796. How many souls did you use up inside the soul-suppressing orb? Qin Feng asked. Master, I've used up quite a lot. I've probably absorbed 10% of the Yin souls. Xiao Li said carefully. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He had only used 1/10 of his Yin soul, but he had gone from Great Ghost Stage 1 to Ghost King Stage 1. As expected, the breakthrough of ghost cultivators could not be compared to that of orthodox cultivators. Then, after you've absorbed all the spirits in the soul-suppressing orb, wouldn't your realm be higher than the gate of witchcraft's gate leader? Qin Feng was a little excited. If Xiao Li could really break through to that realm, they wouldn't have to worry about the existence of the witchcraft sect. Master, ghost cultivators are the same as orthodox cultivators. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. I feel that after I use up the soul-suppressing orb, my realm will be ghost immortal at most. It will be very difficult to step into the ghost venerable realm. According to the comparison between ghost cultivators and orthodox martial cultivators, ghost immortals would be at the Buddha light realm, while ghost venerables would be at the true spirit realm. Moreover, ghost cultivators were much stronger than martial cultivators of the same level. Even if Xiao Li could only step into the ghost immortal realm, he would still be considered as one of the experts in the northern Sand region. Most importantly, Xiao Li would probably only take a few months to become a ghost immortal. Very good. If you have time, then cultivate and strive to become a ghost immortal as soon as possible. Qin Feng said. Xiao Li looked at him nervously. Master, you won't be angry that I used up all the resources in the soul-suppressing orb, right? To a ghost cultivator like Xiao Li, those spirits were a supreme cultivation resource, just like how dense spiritual energy was to orthodox martial cultivators. But in Qin Fen's eyes, spirits were completely useless. You're thinking too much. I gave you the soul-suppressing orb a long time ago, and it's yours in the first place. You just need to focus on cultivating. Oh, right? Don't lose control just because you're in a hurry to break through. Otherwise, it'll be very easy for you to go berserk. Qin Fen looked at Xiao Li with some heartache. He guessed that this girl must be absorbing spirits crazily because her cultivation level was too low. She was afraid of dragging him down. However, it was only one of the reasons why Xiao Li went berserk. The main reason why Xiao Li went berserk was because he heard the commotion in the room next door, especially Zhang Kuke's unscrupulous screams. Ah, and master, your clothes! Xiao Li suddenly screamed. Only then did she realize that Qin Feng was only wearing a white robe. The buttons on the robe were not buttoned, and the inside was empty. Earlier, Qin Feng had rushed over because he was anxious. When he discovered the situation, he felt incredibly awkward, especially since little Qin Feng was disobedient and was in a state of excitement. Little Li, rest well first. You can cultivate after your body has recovered. Qin Feng pulled up his clothes to cover his body. Xiao Li's clothes were torn and tattered. It was a seductive and sexy scene. Qin Feng's heart was set ablaze. He planned to rush back to the room next door and finish what he was about to do with Zhang Kuku. Before he could leave, Xiao Li's shy voice came from behind. Master, is that very painful? Why is Kiki yelling so loudly? Qin Feng staggered and almost fell. He knew that Xiao Li didn't even have the chance to find a boyfriend before she was captured by the ghost-faced Yin King and refined into a ghost cultivator. When it came to matters between men and women, This girl was like a blank piece of paper. Xiao Li, Kiki isn't in pain, she's just comfortable. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he had a look of awkwardness on his face. This was the first time he had explained something like this to a girl. Xiao Li was shocked. Her eyes revealed a trace of yearning. She thought, how comfortable must it be for her to yell like that? Master, can you let me feel comfortable as well? Seeing that Qin Feng was about to leave again, Xiao Li mustered up all the courage in her body and spoke. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but it was clearly heard by Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Xiao Li. Her charming expression and wild clothes were irresistible. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he closed the door and walked toward Xiao Li. For the rest of the night the battle was intense. Xiao Li initially suspected that Zhang Cuckoo was not faking it, but after experiencing it herself, she realized that her yelling was even more exaggerated than Zhang Cuckoo. Ever since he subdued Xiao Li, Qin Feng was extremely busy. He alternated between the rooms of the two beauties every day. Let alone cultivating, he didn't even have time to refine the confinement technique. On the 7th day, the soaring cloud all entered Xixia City. In just 7 days, Xiao Li had broken through from first layer Great Ghost King stage to 5th layer Ghost King stage. Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo were stunned by Xiao Li's heaven-defying speed. Xixia City was not big, and the buildings on the streets were slightly dilapidated. However, there were many cultivators in the city. Judging from their travel-worn appearance, most of them were just passing by like Qin Feng. Qin Feng took out the map he got from the Pear Island auction and looked at it again. Xixia Valley and Bailing Spirit Mountain were marked on the map, but they were only words. There wasn't a specific route drawn, and the marked route ended at Xixia City. It seemed like Qin Feng could only ask the people of Xixia City for the location of Xixia Valley and Bailing Spirit Mountain. What's going on over there? Why are there so many people? I heard that City Lord Ouyang is looking for a doctor to save his dying wife. Sigh. City Lord Ouyang has been infatuated with Madame Xixia for his whole life. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? What a pity. What kind of illness does Madame Xixia have? Rumor has it that City Lord Ouyang has reached the peak of True Spirit Realm 9, but he can't cure her? Qin Feng, Xiao Li, and Zhang Cuckoo, and Xiao Li were walking past a public notice wall. Qin Feng had no intention of paying attention to such trivial matters, as he had more important matters to attend to. However, after Zhang Cuckoo and Xiao Li heard the words of the cultivators, their hearts were filled with kindness, especially when they heard that City Lord Ouyang was an infatuated man. Big brother Qin Feng, aren't you a divine doctor? Do you want to go and take a look? Master, they said that City Lord Ouyang is so pitiful. It's such a pity that a lover can't last long. Qin Feng was speechless. He knew that if he didn't treat Madame Xixia, Zhang Cuckoo and Xiao Li would definitely be upset. However, Qin Feng knew that he wouldn't be able to cure her even if he went. He heard from those cultivators that City Lord Ouyang had reached the True Spirit Realm 9. If even City Lord Ouyang couldn't cure Madame Xixia, what could he do? Cuckoo, Xiao Li, we still have business to attend to. Moreover, the Divine Supreme Continent is different from Earth. My medical skills might not work here. Qin Feng tried to persuade them. The two girls pouted and didn't say anything. Their expressions showed that they were not satisfied. I heard that City Lord Ouyang will give a jade token of Xixia Valley to anyone who can cure the City Lord's wife. Xixia Valley is one of the 8 great saint realms in the northern Sand Continent. Rumor has it that any cultivator who goes to Xixia Valley will be able to reach the True Spirit Realm. Such an attractive reward. Why doesn't anyone go to see the doctor? If Madame Xixia's illness is so easy to cure, City Lord Ouyang would be able to cure her himself. Why would he need to send out a notice? Chapter 1797. Qin Feng felt that something was wrong when he heard about the Violet Cloud Valley Jade token. It seemed that the Violet Cloud Valley secret territory wasn't a place that could be entered just because one wanted to. "Brother, may I know what the Violet Cloud Valley Jade token is?" Qin Feng asked a Saint King realm cultivator next to him. Perhaps it was because Violet Cloud City was located in the deepest part of the Jiangchuan region that the information here developed relatively slowly. That cultivator didn't recognize Qin Feng, and the other cultivators gathered here didn't recognize Qiao Feng, who had recently become the #1 genius of the northern Sand Continent. However, the Saint King realm cultivator didn't dare to be negligent because Qin Feng's strength was at the peak of the 9th Saint King realm, which was much higher than his. "Senior, I believe you must have heard of Violet Cloud Valley. It's one of the 8 great saint territories of the northern Sand Continent. However, many people don't know that one must have a teleportation jade token to enter Violet Cloud Valley, and it's very difficult to obtain one. One jade token can be sold for tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones on the black market, and it needs other treasures to be exchanged." Qin Feng understood that just having a map of Violet Cloud Valley was useless. He believed that the entrance to the secret territory was also a large array, and the Violet Cloud Valley Jade token was the thing that opened the array. "Let's go and see City, Lord Ouyang's wife." Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li were overjoyed when they heard Qin Feng's words. "Haha, I knew Brother Qin Feng would listen to me the most. Master, you're such a good person." Qin Feng felt awkward in the face of the 2 girls' praise. If it wasn't for the Violet Cloud Valley Jade token, he wouldn't have gone to see his wife. However, since he was misunderstood, he didn't bother to explain. "After all, City Lord Ouyang and I are both infatuated men. How can I bear to see this pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks separated by yin and yang?" Qin Feng said seriously. The 2 girls were touched by Qin Feng's words and felt that they had found the right man in their lives. There were many people going to Ouyang Mansion. Qin Feng could see that most of them had the same idea as him, and they were all going for the Violet Cloud Valley Jade token. With the old butler of Ouyang Mansion leading the way, they arrived at the mansion in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, a large number of people had gathered at the gate, and the scene was as chaotic as a market. "Big Brother Qin Feng, why are there so many people here?" Zhang Kuku pouted and complained. The cultivator who told Qin Feng about the Xixia Valley Jade tablet also came. In fact, he didn't have the slightest assurance that he could cure Madame Xixia, but it was always good to come and try his luck. When the time came, he could casually give Madame Xixia a few healing pills. If she couldn't be cured, then so be it. But if she was cured by a stroke of luck, then he would make a big profit. This kind of thinking naturally couldn't be said casually, but at this time, most of the cultivators gathered outside the Ouyang Mansion had this kind of thinking. "Senior, I am Zhao Zirwei, a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. These people are all here to treat Madame Xixia's illness." The male Saint King realm took the initiative to please Qin Feng. He saw that Qin Feng was already a peak Saint King at such a young age, so even if he thought with his toes, he could tell that Qin Feng was a disciple of a 5-star sect. Zhang Kuku grumbled, "There are so many people here. Ask that City Lord Ouyang to come out. As long as Big Brother Qin Feng takes action, he will definitely be able to cure Madame Xixia." This silly girl's shout was so loud that even the cultivators outside the door could hear it. Qin Feng was speechless, and he wished he could sew this silly girl's mouth shut. This was the divine continent, and he didn't know if the acupuncture technique he used on Earth would work. If he couldn't cure Madame Xixia, he would be greatly embarrassed. "Hee, who do you think you are? Madame Xixia has been ill for more than a year. During this period, many extraordinary people came to visit her, but none of them could cure her. Are you sure that you can cure her? Why bother with those guys? They must be here to steal the jade token. Do they think it's that easy to get the jade token of Violet Cloud Valley? Yo, little junior sister, what did you eat to grow up? How did you develop so well? Many cultivators were attracted by Zhang Kuku's arrogant words, and they began to discuss among themselves. A little old man with a mustache revealed a wretched look as he looked at Zhang Kuku's proud body from top to bottom. Stinky old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? With Zhang Kuku's fiery temper, she couldn't stand being mistreated. She clenched her fists and was about to hit the old man, but she didn't move. Others thought she was afraid, but only Qinfen knew that she had lost 80% of her strength. Little junior sister, you have a fiery temper, but this old man likes female cultivators with your character. Do you want to be my partner? I'm the little elder of the 4 Stars sect, the Shuani sect. As long as I say the word, you can become the Shuani sect's core disciple. Qi Bang's face was filled with pride, as if the Shuani sect belonged to his family. As a matter of fact, a 4 Stars sect was nothing in the Jiangchuan region. But Qi Bang noticed that Zhang Kuku didn't emit any aura, so he thought that she was just a silly little girl who didn't cultivate. Qinfen saw through Qi Bang's thoughts with just a glance, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He knew that this little old man was going to run out of luck soon. Bullshit. If you want to find a woman, go find your mother. Stop disgusting me. Zhang Kuku was extremely ferocious when she was enraged. Her words were also unrestrained. Even Shaoli was taken aback. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. The smile on Qi Bang's face froze. He had been in the northern sand region for so long. But this was the first time he had seen a woman who spoke more viciously than a man. Did she still have the image of a woman? You crazy girl. What bullshit are you talking about? Everyone saw it. It was this woman who spoke rudely to me first. I'm going to teach her a lesson right now. Qi Bang was insulted in front of everyone, and he couldn't maintain his old face anymore. He didn't have the mood to pick up girls anymore, and suddenly a violent aura surged out from his body. It turned out that it was the cultivation of Buddha aura transformation. You still dare to attack? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Big brother Qin Feng, go! Zhang Kuku was not afraid of Qi Bang at all. However, her last sentence made Qin Feng speechless. Qi Bang's palm was already in front of Zhang Kuku. It was as if Qi Bang had purposely grabbed at her voluptuous bosom. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out. It was more violent than what everyone had imagined. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. Zhang Kuku stood unscathed on the spot, but Qi Bang was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. What's going on? What happened just now? Qin Feng's attack was too fast, and many people were puzzled. There were some experts in the crowd, and they saw the moment Qin Feng attacked. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Judging from the power of Qin Feng's palm, he was at least an expert who had stepped into the early stage of Buddha aura transformation. Moreover, Qin Feng was only 30 years old. His talent in cultivation was truly astonishing. It was that young hero who attacked. They should be together. That young hero in white robes? He's only 30 years old, and he defeated Qi Bang with one move? That Qi Bang seems to have stepped into the Buddha aura transformation. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Our North Sand continent has produced many talented cultivators recently. Young hero Qin is the one who made the Spirit Surge pill appear, and Senior Qiao Feng who became famous in the Genius Conference held in the Binji Market not long ago. The heated discussion continued, but no one went to help Qi Bang up. Even the 2 disciples who came with Qi Bang didn't dare to move. They were deeply afraid that they would incur Qin Feng's displeasure, and if that happened, they would also be implicated. Many cultivators mentioned Qiao Feng, but no one could recognize that Qiao Feng was right in front of them. Hearing everyone's discussion, Qin Feng was a little worried. He didn't want his identity to be exposed. That would attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. On the street opposite the Ouyang Manor, Two men in black were hiding in a corner sneakily. "Are you sure that person is Qin Feng? His appearance is completely different," the slightly older old man said. "Elder Wu sure. This disciple definitely wouldn't be wrong. You might not know this, but this Qin Feng is very sinister. He often changes his identity. Actually, Qiao Feng is his other identity." So this old and young pair were disciples of the witchcraft sect. Wu Shi had escaped from Qin Feng, and now the entire witchcraft sect was searching for Qin Feng's whereabouts. They didn't expect Qin Feng to come to Xixia City. Very good. Immediately report this news to the sect. If we can really capture that kid, we'll have done a great service. Wu Shi smiled strangely. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, because he knew that he wasn't Qin Feng's match. The disciple added, "That's right, Elder Wu Shi. Should we spread the news that Qin Feng is Qiao Feng? I've asked around. This Qin Feng has used two identities and offended many large sects in the northern Sand region. Even the soaring Dragon Merchant Guild, Invincible Sect, and Seven-Star Monastery are after him. As for the other small sects, there are countless of them. If this kid's identity is exposed, there will definitely be a large number of cultivators coming to take revenge. At that time, we can just sit back and reap the benefits." This witchcraft sect disciple was quite quick-witted. After hearing this, the strange smile on Wu Shi's face became even wider. Hee. "This is a good idea. Your disciple is not bad. If you follow me wholeheartedly, I guarantee you won't be mistreated." The disciple immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Wu Shi, for your guidance." Qin Feng didn't notice the situation here. He was in a hurry to bring Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li into the Ouyang Manor. He wanted to quickly cure his illness and get the jade token before rushing to Xixia Valley. Because there was a fight outside, a group of people walked out of the Ouyang Manor. When they saw the man leading the group, the noisy environment immediately quietened down. "City Lord Ouyang Jun is here. I heard that City Lord Ouyang has stepped into the peak of True Spirit Realm 9. The aura on his body is extremely strong, and I can't see through it at all. I'm afraid that kid is out of luck. He dared to hurt people outside the Ouyang Manor. City Lord Ouyang won't let him off easily." Very soon, everyone's gaze shifted from Ouyang Jun to Qin Feng. Many of them had a playful look in their eyes, as if a good show was about to begin. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel nervous. In front of a peak True Spirit Realm expert, he felt pressured. If Ouyang Jun was not easy to talk to and directly attacked him, it would be troublesome. He could escape quickly. But what about Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li? As expected, as soon as Ouyang Jun walked out, he put on a straight face and walked in front of Qin Feng. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in front of my manor?" Qin Feng was anxious to get the Xixia Valley Jade token and resolve the conflict in front of him. His thoughts turned quickly, and he secretly sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Jun. "City Lord Ouyang, I'm Qiao Feng. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm here to treat Madame Xixia." Chapter 1798. Qin Feng purposely revealed Qiao Feng's identity. Although no one recognized him after he arrived at Xixia City, he knew that his reputation had long spread here. It was just that these people weren't present at the genius competition, so they couldn't recognize his appearance. As expected, Ouyang Jun's expression changed greatly. Of course, he had heard of Qiao Feng's name. Rumor had it that this #1 genius of the northern sand continent was a king of elixirs at such a young age. He even created the soul beauty pill at the genius competition. Maybe he really had a way to cure Madame Xixia. But before he could speak, Qin Feng transmitted his voice again. "City Lord Ouyang, I don't want to expose my identity. Just bring me to your mansion. I will try my best to cure Madame Xixia." Ouyang Jun swallowed the words he was about to say and said, "Young hero, please come with me." Qin Feng followed Ouyang Feng into the mansion. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li were at a loss. They didn't know what happened. Long after they left, The cultivators gathered outside the mansion were in an uproar. Huh? City Lord Ouyang didn't punish that guy? He even invited him to the mansion? Why do I feel that City Lord Ouyang knows that young hero? Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. Stop talking. The young hero entered the Buddha Aura realm at such a young age. Obviously, he is a disciple of a 5-star sect or family in the northern Sand Continent. We can't afford to offend him. When everyone said that Qin Feng was from a 5-star sect, more and more people believed it to be true. Qi Bang was so scared that he ignored the pain in his body. He crawled up and ran away. When he thought about how he had boasted in front of Qin Feng that he was an elder of the 4-star sect, the Shuni sect, he felt a burning sensation on his face. Ouyang Jun had already brought Qin Feng and the others to the main mansion. As soon as they entered, a white-haired old man in a black robe was sitting on a high seat. City Lord Ouyang, who are these people? The old man asked. Ouyang Jun showed an apologetic expression and said with a smile, Elder of a humble sect, this young hero is also here to cure Madame Zixia. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's face immediately fell. City Lord Ouyang, what do you mean by this? Qin Feng glanced at the frigid sect elder. That old man was only at the 6 changes of Buddha's aura, but Ouyang Jun's attitude towards him was very amiable. Frigid sect elder, please don't misunderstand. After all, Madam has been bedridden for more than a year. During this time, we've sought out all sorts of extraordinary people from all over the world, but we've still not been able to cure Madam's illness. Not waiting for Ouyang Jun to finish speaking, Han Men impatiently waves his hand and says, City Lord Ouyang, our Xian medical sect, is a famous 5-star holy medical sect in the northern Sands region. The number of cultivators who have been cured, if not 1 million, is at least 100,000. Since the Xian medical sect has already made a move, why do you still need to invite other ants to come? Is this not believing in my great Xian medical sect's strength? This is the first time Qin Fen has heard of the Xian medical sect. Looking at the stance of the poor sect, he knows that their power isn't small. What's more, the Lord of Ouyang City, who is at the peak of true Spirit Realm 9, didn't get angry. It's even more obvious that the Xian medical sect's position in the northern Sands region is extraordinary. These so-called reputations might be able to intimidate others, but they were useless in front of Zhang Kuku, who was like a newborn calf. Smelly old man, who are you calling an ant? I think you're the charlatan who swindles people. Zhang Kuku can't bear to hear others speak ill of Qin Fen. The poor sect widens his eyes and looks at her incredulously. Obviously, he didn't expect that this junior would dare to talk back to him. You silly little girl, how can you speak to this old man like this? You said that this old man swindles people? Have you ever heard of the Xian medical sect? The poor sect was angered by Zhang Kuku's words, but the following words almost angered him to death. What bullshit, black medicine sect. Look at the name you're calling out. You're obviously black people. You ignorant junior. This old man can't be bothered with you. The poor sect realizes that he can't win against Zhang Kuku. With a cold face, he says to Ouyang Jun, City Lord Ouyang, it seems that you're not sincere at all. Since that's the case, I'll leave. Ouyang Jun becomes anxious and hurriedly dissuades. Elder poor sect, please don't be angry. The Xian medical sect is famous throughout the northern Sand Continent. Their medical skills can be said to be peerless. How can I not be sincere? It's just that young hero Qiao Feng's arrival was so sudden that I didn't expect it. In his anxiety, Ouyang Jun reveals Qin Fen's identity. The poor sect's expression changes greatly. Although there are many cultivators with the same name in the northern Sand Continent, the youngster that City Lord Ouyang values so highly is obviously the number 1 genius Qiao Feng, who made a name for himself in Binji City not long ago. City Lord Ouyang. He's the current number 1 genius of the northern Sand Continent? Although he guessed so, the poor sect still wants to confirm it. Seeing Ouyang Jun's serious expression, he says, Elder, poor sect, this kind of thing is naturally true. The poor sect originally thought that Qin Fin was just a little brat. He didn't expect him to be the #1 genius cultivator of the northern sand continent. For a moment, the poor sect is speechless. His expression changes unpredictably. No one knows what he's thinking. City Lord Ouyang, can you take me to see Madame Zixia now? Qin Fin doesn't want to waste any more time. He's a little unhappy that Ouyang Jun accidentally revealed his identity. Before Ouyang Jun can say anything, the poor sect suddenly shouts, "Humph. So what if he was the #1 genius of the North Sand region? Could it be that his medical skills are higher than this old man's? Lord Ouyang, you make your own decision. As long as our Xian medical sect takes action, no one is allowed to treat the patient. Otherwise, I'll immediately leave." For a moment, Ouyang Jun is hesitant. In his heart, he's actually more inclined towards Xian sect. After all, this is a 5-star sect that has been famous for a long time in the Northern Sands region and specializes in treating illnesses. However, he couldn't just chase Qin Feng away. After all, Qin Feng was here to treat his illness out of goodwill. "Young swordsman Qiao, I'm really sorry. Why don't I ask the servants to arrange a place for you and your 2 friends to stay? Don't be in a hurry to leave for the next few days. I'll take good care of you." Ouyang Jun had made up his mind. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li rolled their eyes angrily, but Qin Feng remained calm. He understood Ouyang Jun's thoughts very well. If he was in Ouyang Jun's shoes, he would make the same choice. Don't you have eyes? If even big brother Qiao Feng can't cure the patient, then no one else can. "Master, let's go." Previously, the 2 women sympathized with Ouyang Jun and persuaded Qin Feng to come and treat his illness. Now, they're about to leave in a huff. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He can't leave now, even if they let him. No matter what, he has to get the jade card of Zixia Valley. City Lord Ouyang, since the poor sex elder is so overbearing, then let him treat Madame Zixia. However, since I'm already here, it shouldn't be a problem to go and take a look, right? Qin Feng said with a smile. Ouyang Jun nodded. Qin Feng's proposal wasn't difficult. However, the poor sex elder was still dissatisfied. He said in a strange tone, "When we Xian medical sect treat illnesses, we use some secret methods. We don't allow outsiders to see it. You, Aunt, don't look for trouble. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you.